-4 degrees, and I get what you're saying. I just really don't wanna hear it right now. Can you shut up for like once in your life? Listen to me. I took your nice words of advice about how you think I'm gonna die lucky if I turn 33. Okay, so yeah, I smoke like a chimney. I'm not skinny and I pull a Britney every other week. But cut me some slack. Who do you want me to be? 'Cause I'm too messy, and then I'm too fucking clean. You told me get a job, then you asked where the hell I've been. And I'm too perfect till I open my big mouth. I want to be me, is that not allowed? And I'm too clever, and then I'm too fucking dumb. You hate it when I cry, unless it's that time of the month. And I'm too perfect till I show you that I'm not 1,000 people I could be for you. And you hate the fucking law. You hate the fucking law. You hate the fucking law. You hate, you hate. It's taking you ages. You still don't get the hint. I'm not asking for pages, but one text or two would be nice. And please don't pull those faces when I've been out working my ass off all day. It's just one bottle of wine or two. But hey, you can't even talk. You smoke weed just to help you sleep. Then why you out getting stoned at 4 o'clock? And then you come home to me and don't say hello. 'Cause I got high again and forgot to fold my clothes. 'Cause I'm too messy, and then I'm too fucking clean. You told me get a job, and you asked where the hell I've been. And I'm too
your husband is coming.
Oh hi, I wanna take you on a little ride. I wanna make you feel so nice. I wanna make you feel appreciated when you're deep up in me, when you're deep up inside. I wanna show you just what I like. I wanna kiss you slow, wanna fuck you off. I wanna eat you up, I wanna cook you lunch. I wanna love you, babe. You know where I wanna be. I want you right under me. Can you just live a little bit just down? I'm screaming for you, I can't breathe. Turn the light off, I'ma wet the sheets. There's only enough for me to go round. Break your bed and then the sofa. I wanna pull you closer. Everybody wants to know you, but me, I only want one thing.
Okay, y'all can blame Farley. He needed an extra long walk. All right, hi everybody. Oh, how we doing? Let it out, let it out, let it out, How's our evening, day going? Hello. It rough? Oh, well, maybe we can make it. Maybe we can make it a little bit less rough. Lux by Rosalie is amazing. Wait, did her? Did the full album come out today? Hem. Oh, a new Katy Perry song as well. Oh, yay. Wait, there's a new Hilary Duff song. Actually, I feel like we need to listen to that. Hold on. Test. Fix this and then let's we gotta watch Hills. Hilary Duff is so back.
She's me, I'm her in a different font. Just a few years younger, new
Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Gutterbean, thank you for the 13 months. Lynette, thank you for the 30. Mandy, thank you for the 20 months. Mokor, thank you for the 10 months. Helly from Hell, thank you for the Prime. It's Lizzie McGuire, y'all.
I can't put it on her, she's a sweet kid, but she's taking the bait like we all did. She looks like all of you girls, but blonder, a little like me, just younger. But she loves when she hears you say you're so mature for your age, babe. She looks like she could be your daughter.
Wait,
Like me before I got smarter.
sorry to interrupt, but this is literally what we talked about the other night when I said how men who are a lot older than the young girls they are dating will be like, oh, she's really mature for her age, and how young women be like, oh, I'm really mature for my age and he's an old soul. BS.
Better to hear you say you're so mature for your age, babe. Dim all the lights so you look real wise as they trace the lines underneath your eyes and mistake your charm for a cosmic sign. Now. I can't put it on them, it's his best trick. And they're taking the bait.
Farley, Hilary Duff just saved pop music.
She looks like all of you girls, but blonder. A little like me, just younger. But she loves when she hears you say you're so mature for your age, babe. She looks like she could be your daughter. Like me before I got smarter. When I was flattered to hear you say you're so mature for your age, babe.
Y'all, Hillary Duff is so back. 10 years. 10 years later. Oh, what the fuck just flew in my mouth? A bug. Very cool. I just swallowed a bug. That's great. Excellent. A wizard is never late. She arrives precisely when she means to. Okay, thank you for the gifted. Unjo, thank you for the 15 months. Y'all, Hillary Duff returns after 10 years with her first new single titled Mature. And she is having a conversation between her present self and then her younger self. And with lines like, she looks like all of your girls, but blonder. Bet she loves when she hears you say you're so mature for your age. Let's go, Hills. You tell them. You tell them. We are so back. Pop music has been saved. Pop music is so back, baby. In Drag Me to Hell, bugs went in the main character's mouth too. Yes, I've already said my house is cursed. There is evil energy floating around, but for a moment, that energy's been dissipated because Hillary Duff is back, baby. She's back. You know, I really love this. I love this because I feel like this is the type of thing we're having conversations about all the time. And I am now also a woman in my 30s who grew up watching Lizzie McGuire, being obsessed with Hillary Duff's music. Didn't even know Hillary Duff made music. Let the rain fall down and wake my dreams. Let it wash away my sanity. What? You didn't know Hillary Duff made music? Let me take you. Let me take you on a little blast from the past. A little blast from the past. Because I can't believe I can't. Have you seen the Lizzie McGuire movie when she plays both Lizzie? When she plays both Lizzie and Isabella, or Paula, what's her name? Paula. I don't give a fuck about your star chart. Tell me if you were an Ethan Kraft girl or a Gordo girl. I was Ethan Kraft. Raise your hand if you were Ethan Kraft. He was so stupid but cute. Like, sorry, not sorry. Sorry, there was something about Gordo that just pissed me off. Gordo, I was Gordo, but I'm a lesbian now. Low-key misogynistic. I kind of feel like, yeah, if I were to go back and rewatch, I'd be like, you know what? I was right. I was right to not fuck with Gordo. Vibes felt not right. I wish Miranda yeah. Wait, how about Miranda? Love for Miranda? Anybody? Loved Miranda. Yeah, Ethan was a dumbass for sure. No question about it. But I think he was like a guy who meant well. He was stupid, but didn't seem insidious. Should have known I was bi when I couldn't decide who I like better, Lizzie or Gordo. How about both? Yeah, he was a himbo. He was. Okay, chatter. Whoever said I didn't know Hillary Duff made music. Are you ready? About to blow your mind. Let me just set the stage. Okay, it's 2003. It's 2003. Hillary Duff is in her don't say gay era. She's a queen. It's 2 years after 9/11. The country is we're still healing. Hillary Duff releases Come Clean on her second studio album, Metamorphosis.
Back to the beginning. Back to when the earth, the sun, the stars all aligned.
She ended homophobia as a teenager. As a teen. Perfect.
Trying to fit a square into a circle.
This is before Cinderella Story. Before.
Let the rain fall down and wake my dreams. Let it wash away my sanity. 'Cause I wanna feel the thunder, I wanna scream. Let the rain fall down. I'm coming
clean. I'm coming clean. God. Girls wanted to be her. Guys wanted to be with her.
shedding every
Color.
trying to find a pigment of truth beneath my skin. Oh, 'cause different
Flip phone, no
doesn't
service.
feel so
Different.
And going out is better than always staying in.
Feel the wind.
Let the rain fall down and wake my dreams. Let it wash away my sanity. 'Cause I wanna feel the thunder, I wanna scream. Let the rain fall down. I'm coming clean. I'm coming
Clean. My childhood. Amen. So drama. The song went triple platinum on my boombox. Oh, yo, Walkman.
rain fall.
This was peak Walkman era. CDs.
Let the rain fall down and wake my dreams. Let it wash away my
Here it comes.
sanity. 'Cause I wanna feel the thunder, I
wanna scream.
Let the rain fall down. I'm coming clean.
I'm coming clean. I'm coming clean.
Let the rain fall. Let the rain fall. Let the rain fall. I'm coming clean.
Oh, peak like emo boy hair. So dreamy.
Let's go back.
Back to the beginning. Oh, y'all, the like heavily lined eyes. When is my cover dropping? Pfft, cover dropped like 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Okay, wait, I have to show chatter one more. We have to do at least one more Hillary Duff song. Do we do So Yesterday? Would we maybe What Dreams Are Made Of? Oh, come on. Come on. This is, I mean, we gotta. Please don't sue me. We're giving you the full Hillary Duff education.
Have you ever seen such a beautiful
So that's Hillary as well. That's Hillary and Hillary.
I could almost kiss the stars. They're shining so bright. When I see you smiling, I go, oh, oh, oh. I would never want to miss this. 'Cause in my heart, I know what this is. Hey now, this is what dreams are made of. Hey now, this is what dreams
This was everybody's dream. Like everyone's dream come true. Being in Italy, performing with one of the biggest pop stars. Come on, Hills. Come on, Lizzie.
Have you
Ever wondered what life is about? This is Pete.
You could search
The world and never figure it out. 21 Resolve, thank you for the months.
You don't have to sail the oceans. No, no, no.
Cozy gave me thank you for the 4 months.
Happiness is no mystery.
Oh my God, there's Ethan.
It's here and now. It's you and me.
What?
Hey now,
Not the pants. Not the pants under the skirt.
hey now, this is what dreams are made of. I've got somewhere I belong. I've got somebody to love. This is what dreams are made of. Hey now,
We hate Paulo.
dreams are made of.
We hate Paulo.
Hey now, this is what dreams are made of. Open your eyes. Dreams are made
Oh, there's
of.
Gordo.
Shout to the sky. This is what dreams
Sarah,
are
thank you.
made of.
Thank you, 21 months.
Then I see you smile as I go. Oh, oh, oh. Yesterday my life was duller.
I was like, when is this gonna happen
Now
to me?
everything's technicolor.
We're about to get a key change soon.
Here
we go.
Hey now, this is what dreams are made of. Hey now, this is what dreams are made of. I've got somewhere I belong. I've got somebody to love. This is what dreams are made of. Hey now,
Hey, hey, hey.
hey now, hey now, hey now,
Hey, hey, hey.
hey now, hey now.
My God, y'all. Truly, every theater kid's dream. I feel like just everyone's dream. You're like, wait, they're taking a class trip to Italy? Wait, Hilary Duff is performing with a world famous pop star? Wait a sec. When is this gonna happen to me? Wait a minute. Hilary Duff. I mean, look, Hills was our queen.
Do you like this top? It's so gay.
Really?
Yeah, it's totally gay.
You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Say what?
Well, say
Why?
that something's gay when you mean it's bad. It's insulting. What if every time something was bad, everybody said, oh, that's so girl wearing a skirt as a top?
Ooh,
Oh, you are.
got
Those
her.
are cute jeans, though. When you say that's so gay, do you realize what you say? Knock it off.
Hilary Duff stopped homophobia, and that is why we need Hilary Duff back in this moment now. We need Hilary Duff back now because Hilary Duff went away, homophobia returned, and we have never needed her more than we do in this moment. You need to show the dignity era. You know who else released a song? Katy Perry. Katy Perry did. This is Dark Hills era. Dark-haired Hills.
Nobody believes me when I tell them that you're out of your mind.
Nobody believes me.
When I tell them that there's so much to hide.
I have to say, for Hilary Duff being so famous when she was at such a young age. I feel like she made it through relatively unscathed, at least compared to some of her peers. Also, one time I saw Hilary Duff with her children getting ice cream when I first moved to LA. And it was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Came out in 2007. This is 2007 era Hilary Duff. This is off her album Dignity, which is her fourth album. Assume you watched Cadet Kelly? Duh. Mina, thank you for the 7 months. Sad Pork Belly, thank you for the 20 months. Do you know what would be so funny if the chatter who asked, wait, I didn't even know Hilary Duff did music, like isn't even here? Not that it matters because we'd be doing this anyway.
Did I ever do anything that was this cruel to you?
2007 cultural appropriation we love. Did you see Raise Your Voice? Yeah.
You made yourself look perfect in every way. So when this goes down, I'm the one who will be blamed. Your plan is working so you can just walk away. Baby, your secret's safe. There's no kindness in your eyes.
Yeah, Raise Your Voice was so good. Cinderella Story. Agent Cody Banks. Cheaper by the Dozen. Big Fat Liar was Amanda Bynes. Okay, also, this was a crazy era because there was a lot going on in Hill's life at this time. She was dating Joel Madden of Good Charlotte, and there was some Russian guy and his roommate who were, do you remember? They were stalking Joel and Hillary, and Hillary ended up taking out, she like got a restraining order. This guy threatened to kill her. He was like, I'm here. I came to the United States to date Hilary Duff. And it was just crazy. And then like her parents got divorced because her dad had an affair, and she broke up with Joel Madden. They started dating when I forgot about that. She was 16 and he was in his mid-late 20s. Yes. So there was a lot happening in Hill's life. And the tea was that Nicole Richie was the subject of several of the tracks on this album. Nicole Richie, who is married to Joel Madden now. Not a completely unscathed. I said relatively. Relatively. No, she didn't really have beef with Paris. She had beef with Lindsay Lohan. Okay, so this was the era of like Paris Hilton, Nicole Richie, Lindsay Lohan, Hilary Duff. These were like these were the girly pops who were constantly in the media, who were always like in the tabloids. People were obsessed with all of the like love triangles, the various beefs. So to my recollection, I think what it was that Hillary and Lindsay had a feud. They were both, so Hills and Linz, who were both, of course, you know, Disney Channel young child actresses. And I think the beef was over Aaron Carter, which is crazy, which is crazy to think. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a beef over Aaron Carter, which is just wild to think about. Aaron Carter, yeah, who's no longer with us. She's married to Matthew. Who is she married to? She's married to Matt, because she was married, got divorced, and now she's married to Matthew Coma, who is he's a musician. Yeah, he's a musician and a producer. Wait, Aaron Carter is dead? Yeah, dude. Yeah, Aaron Carter died a couple years ago. Because remember, I told the story of back in, when did I graduate college? 2014. Okay, I think it was 2012. It was like 2012 or 2013. And at my college, St. Louis University, like one of the few times I went to chapter for my sorority, Aaron Carter shows up. And I'm like, what? And of course, back in the day, in like the 90s, obviously had a crush on Aaron Carter, like everyone else did. I pretended that I was Candy and I want candy. And I was like, why the fuck is Aaron Carter at my chapter in St. Louis University? And it's because Aaron was very, very, very deeply in debt. He just had a lot of personal and professional struggles at this point in his life, trying to kind of tap into nostalgia, make some money off of doing a little tour. Nobody was buying tickets to his show. So he was going around to the various sororities at my college and trying to do a competition of like whoever bought the most tickets to his show, whatever sorority bought the most tickets, he would come do a private performance for, something like that. I don't know who it ended up being. I think it was definitely not our sorority. I think people just were kind of like, this is sad. Yeah, this is sad. Didn't he come out as gay? He came out as bisexual. Yeah. But yeah, just a sad end of his life. Nick Carter's a piece of shit. Nick Carter was with Backstreet Boys. Yeah, Aaron Carter was an example of somebody who just became famous when he was very young. And as it goes for a lot of child actors, singers who go through the Hollywood machine, he just had a lot of problems, and I think his family was pretty fucked up. I mean, I know his family was pretty fucked up. His brother's fucked up. Nick Carter's not a good dude. His sister died of an overdose. Yeah. And, you know, Aaron Carter got older and just wasn't able to retain the fame that he had as a child. Because, I mean, Aaron Carter, this was like, the bleach blonde hair. Yes, Blueprint for Bieber.
I gotta go see it.
I know a girl who's tough but sweet. She's so fine, she can't be beat. She's got everything that I desire. Says the summer sun on fire. I want candy.
Bum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum.
I want candy.
Also, fun fact, this is a cover. This is a cover song. I don't think anybody knew that this song came out, was first performed and written in the 60s. And then decades later, Aaron Carter did a cover of it and it just exploded.
I want candy. I want candy. Go to see you when the sun goes down. Ain't no finer girl in town. You're my girl, what the doctor ordered. So sweet, you make my mouth water. I want candy. I want candy.
Ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum.
I want candy.
He released his first album at age 9. Millions of copies sold. 9 years old. Like Justin Bieber wasn't even that young. He was so young. He was so
There's
famous.
nothing better. But I like candy when it's wrapped in a sweater. Someday soon I'll make you mine. Then I'll have candy all the time. I want candy. I want candy.
Didn't he pass? Yeah.
I want candy. I want candy. Candy in the morning time. Candy in the hot sunshine. Candy, baby, can't you see? All I want is your candy. Candy in the morning time. Candy in the hot sunshine. Candy, baby, can't you see? All I want is your candy. All I want is your candy. All I want is your candy.
Yeah. Damn. This came out in 2000. It was on his second album, Aaron's Party, Come Get It. Oh my God. I just have like vivid memories of Aaron on the album cover of him in front of the American flag. He was so cute. It was his second album. Yeah. His first came out when he was fucking 9 years old. Oh my God. I had the biggest crush on him. Jesse McCartney. Ugh, what an era. Peak Radio Disney era. Yeah, man. And it's just so sad because so many of our, if you're a millennial like me, a lot of our childhood crushes, the people that we grew up with, just turning out to be so exploited and abused. And it's like the worst thing when you get older, realizing how many of these young superstars that we were obsessed with just went through fucking hell. I saw a picture today that made me so mad. Fucking TMZ. TMZ needs to pay for their crimes. TMZ needs to pay for their crimes. They took a picture of Amanda Bynes and her new boyfriend, and it's like, leave her alone, please. Leave Amanda Bynes alone. My God, stop with the pics. Stop trying to stir up something like today. Yes, it was today or this week. This week, TMZ posted a pic and a story about Amanda Bynes' new romance. Oh my God, leave her. Hasn't she been out for years? Yes. Yes. And then inevitably it'll always spark the, oh my God, she looks like hell. Holy shit. Amanda Bynes looks terrible. It's like, oh my God, will all of you just leave her alone? She wants nothing to do with this world anymore. This woman is so deeply traumatized and broken and has been trying for years to put herself back together. Like truly vulturous shit. Oh my God. That doc on Nickelodeon, Dan Schneider, and when so many people kept being like, when is Amanda Bynes going to say something? It's like, you know what? People who have been abused and exploited like Amanda Bynes was shouldn't have to publicly talk about that. Very clearly, Amanda Bynes very publicly fell out of Hollywood and has struggled with addiction. And clearly the results of the trauma she experienced, let her live. Leave her alone. I know. Remember that Aaron beat peak MVP era Shaq one-on-one? Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, this song was a classic.
Here we go. Yo, guys, check it out. Guess what happened to me? Another crazy story? Come on, AC. I was hanging at the court, just playing some ball, working on my game. Yeah, we heard it all. I heard the fans screaming. I thought it was for me, but then I saw a shadow. It was 12 for 3. It was Shaquille O'Neal. What? What did he say?
How about some one-on-one? You wanna play?
I told him why not. I got some time, but when I beat you real bad, try not to cry. Please, Aaron, are you for real? One-on-one, Shaquille O'Neal.
Yo,
Yeah,
Pete
34
Cool.
center from the LA Lakers. You must have been nervous.
This is what white guys sound like when they rap without a black accent.
I knew I could take him, stared at Shaq, to psych him out. Said, O'Neal, you're in my house now. Start the game, the whistle blows. Pay attention close, as the story goes. It's like boom, boom. I put it in the hoop like slam. Slam. I heard the crowd screaming out jam. Jam. I swear that I'm telling you the facts, cause that's how I beat Shaq. Boom, boom. I put it in the hoop like slam. Slam. I heard the crowd screaming out jam. Jam. I swear that I'm telling you the facts, cause that's how I beat Shaq. So check it out. I thought I had the lead, but then he started scoring mad points on me. I was throwing up bricks. Was he hitting all the shots? I knew there was a way that I could make it
Go,
stop.
white boy, go.
I had a plan. I could change the pace. I said, yo, Shaq, you didn't tie your shoelace. He looked down. I stole the ball. I'm taking him to school now. Watch me, y'all. A three-pointer, nothing but net. Come on, Shaq. Had enough yet? Down by 2. I'm catching up. I guess you're getting nervous because you know what he lost.
Also, to be very clear, my mother did not buy me any of these CDs. The way that I was able to listen to this music was either friends. I remember my cousins had NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Aaron Carter, and I would just put it in. We had a Walkman. And I would just pop those CDs in.
It's like boom, boom. I put it in the hoop like slam. Slam. I heard the crowd screaming out jam.
We didn't have TV.
I swear that I'm telling you the facts, cause that's how I beat Shaq. Boom, boom. I put it in the hoop like slam. Slam.
Yeah,
I heard the
went
crowd
to
screaming
friends'
out jam.
houses.
I swear that I'm telling you the facts, cause that's how I beat Shaq. Cause that's how I beat Shaq.
Did this go hard? Oh, fuck
Dunk
yes.
after dunk, jam after jam.
Come on.
Cheerleaders are cheering. Dunk after dunk, jam after jam. Cheerleaders are cheering. Announcers were shocked, couldn't believe it was real.
I can't believe a kid just stuffed O'Neal.
1 more second was all that remained. I put the ball up.
This
I put
still
in the
goes
shade.
hard.
I must admit that it sounds real crazy, but the ball went in, and then he cried like a baby. Sorry, Shaq, I should have let you in. You're good too, and we can still be friends. Fans went nuts. They put me on their shoulders. Then I heard a voice.
You can
and
just
it was
beat
Mother's.
Shaq by
Get up
fouling
and
him.
score.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a Jets?
They put me on their shoulders. Then I heard a voice.
Oh, I thought that was a Jets pillow. I was like, no way.
Mothers, get up for school. You're gonna be late. Ma, can't you see that I'm playing the game?
How could you be playing if you're still in bed? Are you getting sick? Did you hit your head?
Oh man, it was all a dream. I guess the kind of thing can never happen to me. If it was a dream and it wasn't real, how'd I get a jersey with the name O'Neal? O'Neal.
Whoa.
Boom! I put it in the hoop like slam. I heard the crowd scream.
Yeah. I think Bieber has said, like, I think he has said that Aaron Carter did pave the way. Like, Aaron Carter was basically in his final years talking about how he just didn't get the respect that he deserved, and how he the younger generation of artists just didn't pay him homage. I mean, I think this was in his era of being no longer not only no longer a superstar, but like broke as shit. And yeah, and Bieber responded to him and was like, I want to be his hype man. All love over here. I see you, bro. Like, we thank you, bro. That's crazy to see because he was so fucking talented. Yeah, I mean, what happens a lot though is child stars get older and they're no longer like cute little kids. They're no longer marketable in the way that they once were. And then if they, you know, if like the issues with drugs and alcohol and partying, and then usually financial problems too, it's a tale as old as time. It is a tale. Still love JoJo? Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. But yeah, they no longer fit. They no longer fit the way that they were branded because they've gotten older. They're not baby faced anymore. They're not marketable. Nick is awful. It took a toll on him as well. Yes. That family was very fucked up. Their voice changes too. Yeah. So Bieber is a rare exception. And again, Bieber did not though. What was he? 15? He was 15 years old when he released My World. And then his first full-length album was released when he was 16. So he was still young. He was a teenager, but and obviously we know Bieber has gone through the trials and tribulations as well of being a teenage global superstar. But I think with somebody like Aaron Carter, you know, Aaron was a literal child. He was 9 years old when his first album came out. And so there's not just the like growing up from being a mid-teens into an adult. He was a kid. And just most people can't ride that success into adulthood. That's the sad reality. Have you heard the new Lily Allen album? Yes, I've been listening to it. I have a couple songs left that I still have to listen to. I also listened to Florence's album. I know we haven't done a listening party yet, but maybe I was thinking maybe since so much music has come out, it's like maybe Saturday if I can end up doing a little stream. Saturday night is when we're going to China, but I know Rosalia's album coming out. We got a lot of music this week. I mean, the past couple months we've gotten so much music. Yeah, I still haven't talked about Lily Allen. I mean, there's just been a lot of stuff big happening in politics. So the pop culture has been a bit on the back burner. So we've had a lot of big stuff happening in American politics. Somebody mentioned Sydney Sweeney. I genuinely cannot stand her now. Wait, Z-Way just dropped an interview with Eric Adams. Oh, we might need to watch that. I honestly am sick of Sydney Sweeney. I'm so tired of her.
The content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you
Also, this journalist sucked. Okay, she gave her the most softball questions, did not push back on anything at all. At all.
an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Oh,
the criticism.
Oh, okay. What are those issues? What are those issues, Sid? Was it when 2 years ago you put out a video crying, talking about how mean people are about your appearance? Which at the time we were like, yeah, leave Sydney Sweeney alone. And yet when you are constantly involved in all this fuckery, you got nothing to say. Not even a like, haha, yeah, I see in hindsight how that came across. And obviously I don't. There's just such an easy way to smooth this over, to address it, be like, yeah, it was insane that the president of the United States was using this as a culture war issue, as like a way to push fascism in this country, where whether or not that was the intention of the ad, you have to consider the current political environment and that Donald Trump has been using somebody like Sydney Sweeney to like further push white supremacy in this country. And look, I understand that basically journalists entertainment journalists like this, they don't want to risk not getting interviews. But at the same time, it's like, can we get some journalism in here? Can we get some journalism? Can we at least, at the minimum, have a little bit of follow-up? Just a little tiny bit of follow-up. Maybe, so what issues would those be? She just said, when there's issues that I care about, I'll speak on them. Oh, can you give us an example of one? We would just love to know. You know, it's like I watched this interview and I went, that's not good journalism. There's no follow-up here. That's like the basics. Miss when journalists used to be aggressive or make enemies out of a celebrity. Yeah, it's almost like we need. Okay, so the way that 2000s media journalists and media people were towards female celebrities, not good. You look back at interviews that Britney Spears was subjected to and just how relentless they were in demeaning young women in the industry. Don't love that. Obviously, big problem. But nowadays it does feel like access journalism has gotten to a point where a lot of journalists they're just so afraid to even ask a basic follow-up question. It's like, you don't have to be antagonistic. You don't have to be like, so Sydney Sweeney, I think you're a Nazi. But just a little follow-up. And I'm sure her team told her not to address it, but that's the journalist's job to be like, oh, do you understand why a lot of people felt offended by this ad because they perceived it to be white supremacist coded at this very volatile time in our politics, in American politics. I think she's a dumbass. I mean, I do too, but I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about what the journalist could have done. Am I supposed to believe she and no one on her team talked about the drama that this ad caused? There's no way. Like, there's no way. This was so huge. This was not just something, may I remind you, this was not just something that popped off on Twitter. This was not just like terminally online people talking about this. This was major news. And this was being used by the very president of this country as a way to like further engage in right-wing culture wars. There's the clip we watched of, who was it? Jesse Waters, Fox News, trying to like get a gotcha over on people in New York, and that one guy who was just like, yeah, I think you're fucking stupid. I think you're really stupid, dude. If she was just like, yeah, it was in poor taste, the Chuds wouldn't care. Bro, no, I don't think Sydney Sweeney cares at all, but I do think that journalist should have done a better job. Okay, y'all, this is crazy. So remember, I've talked about her before. I know her. She had a baby with Al Pacino when Al Pacino was 82. She's also previously dated Mick Jagger, some like old French billionaire, and then Clint Eastwood. And now, guess who she's dating? Her name is Noor. She's dating Bill Maher. And the funniest thing about this is she is very rich. Her family is super duper duper wealthy. Super duper wealthy. And I went to her 30th birthday, which I was like, oh my God, you're younger than me, because she's so, at that point, she was like, I was very envious of her, the opportunities that she was getting. I was like, oh my God, I suck. And then I realized like, oh, she comes from a very well-connected, very wealthy family she's like best friends with Al Pacino. Al Pacino was at her birthday party. I remember he walked in so orange looking with his crazy hair. And I just remember being like, I think I've said this before, but it does make you feel better when you realize it's not that you suck. It's not that you're not smart enough, talented enough, qualified enough. It's that your family doesn't have millions of dollars and you're not connected in the industry in ways that other people are. Where I go, okay, I mean, it doesn't fix the situation, but it does kind of give you peace of mind where it's like, yeah, no, you just weren't born into the right family to have those kinds of connections. Doesn't mean you can't succeed. It just means that you don't have advantages in that way. But anyway, so now she's dating Bill Maher, which makes me want to puke. It's like that you're not ugly. You're not ugly, you're just not rich. Ugh, look at this loser. Like, why Bill Maher? Why? It's okay, fine. Clint Eastwood, Al Pacino. Okay, fine. I can understand that more than Bill Maher. It does. I'm just like, Bill Maher is not attractive. I mean, all these guys are really old, so the whole he's old doesn't really make a difference. They're all old. He really seems to have a shit ass personality. He comes across as such a douche. This is the same guy who was so pissed that he didn't get an invite to like certain, I think it was either the Vanity Fair Oscar party or the Vogue party. One of those. He was so pissed and he threw a fit and like fired his agent. Yeah, this guy isn't just a douche on his podcast. He's a douche in real life. Like, he sucks. Rumors say he has a hammer, but I don't need to know that. I do not need that visual. Bill Maher with a hammer, but also that he doesn't know how to use it and is a creep. I mean, I do believe that. I do. Bro, I just don't get why these old gross men, she has the money and the connections. What's the point? Because I think she is a rare example of somebody who genuinely loves old men, is like actually attracted to old men. Is this a fetish for old people? Gerontophilia or gerontosexuality is the primary sexual attraction to older people. Gerontophilia is an exotic age orientation in which one is most strongly aroused by the elderly, and so it is at the opposite end of the spectrum from pedophilia. Okay. In fact, perhaps the most bizarre theory concerning its etiological origins was put forth without any supporting data by the British psychiatrist T.C. Gibbons in 1982. This inventive author argued that gerontophiles are likely to have... Oh, shit. Oh, God, this is so... Oh, likely to have underlying pedophilic tendencies as well, with both paraphilias stemming from a phobia of pubic hair. Ah! I do not need to be reading this. The critical point is that gerontophiles are largely dependent on having sex with an elderly partner in order to achieve orgasm, not simply that they are willing to do so. It's not about love alone, nor is it about a love of money, a la the storybook affair between 26-year-old Anna Nicole Smith and 89-year-old J. Howard Marshall. Rather, it is the elderly body type that is most appealing to the true gerontophile. The standard physical signs of advanced age, such as fragility, wrinkles, stooped posture, white hair, slow gait, and all the rest. In 1929, a psychiatrist named A. Kudzinski published a brief case study. The author writes this about his gerontophilic patient. At the age of 24, he married, he had 6 children, he served in the army during the war. Following complete sexual abstinence for over a year, he encountered while bathing an elderly woman with whom he had sexual relations. He lost all love for his wife, showing instead outspoken erotic impulses towards elderly women, which were so compulsive they rendered work impossible. Okay, I think that's enough. Okay. Got the gist. They really used to let psychologists just say anything. Oh! Kiwi Cash Coven, thank you for the 10 months. Kaler, thank you for the 9 months. Bro cheated so hard on his wife, they had to justify it. Yeah, no, it's a psychological thing. One of my favorite clips of all time.
Leslie and I have been together 5 years. We have an amazing relationship, and it's very physical. I mean, he still pushes all my buttons. And you know, people say, oh, but he's so much older than you. And you know what? I'm the one having to push him away. Yeah, we both have so much in common. We both love soup. And we love the outdoors.
I think during Rust, when I was Jennifer Coolidge, and I kept being like, does anybody have any soup? We both love soup. I think people just didn't know I was quoting Best in Show.
We love snow peas. And talking and not talking.
We could talk or not talk.
We could not talk or talk forever. And still find things to not talk about.
I need a Halloween where Will is the old guy, Farley is the dog, and I'm Jennifer Coolidge. Store that away in the noggin. We both love soup. Yeah, we could talk or not talk and still find things to not talk about. Oh yeah. So anyway, just a little tidbit of tea. A little tidbit of tea that Bill Maher's new girlfriend is the same person who just had a baby with Al Pacino and has previously dated Mick Jagger, Clint Eastwood, and other very, very old men. And I can't believe you know her. That's LA, baby. Ethiopian Batty, thank you for the 2 months. She also used to get like, oh God. Oh, and I remember when the news came out that she was having a baby with Al Pacino, and everyone was, of course, like, okay, get that bad girl, gold digger. And no, the truth is that she is independently extremely rich. So rich. Why is she in the back seat? I don't know. Why is Clint Eastwood driving? Do they have a death wish? Were they like, you know what? Let's Thelma and Louise this bitch. She's probably richer than Al Pacino. A good chance. Maybe if Bill Belichick and his girlfriend break up, maybe that's on the docket. Maybe Joe Biden. Maybe Joe Brandon. Could be in the cards. Not Thelma and Louise. It's very very Harold and Maude. There are laws about having someone too young sit up front. Yup. Did you guys see this? I mean, this sometimes I see things, and even with everything that is true being true, I still go, this can't be real. This cannot be. It is so cheap. It is so gaudy. It is so tacky. You're tacky and I hate you. It pisses me off so bad. It pisses me off so bad because of course, Donald Trump, billionaire Donald Trump with his Mar-a-Lago Great Gatsby parties and his new ballrooms in the White House and whatever the fuck this is, it's so tacky. It's like the Trump Hotel. It's like everything that he touches, which is proof that money can't buy class. Money can't buy class. It really is so on brand. His bad taste adds insult to injury. It does. It does. What the hell is this? The Oval Office. Like, are those sheets of paper? It's giving Tipton Hotel. Oh. Yeah, he also needs this because he wouldn't know where it is without the labels. And then like this gold shit above the door. It's so cheap looking. Yeah, he does need to know that this is where the Oval Office is, or else he wouldn't be able to find it. Okay, we need to watch this Z-Way video. Eric Adams is an iconic guest. New Z-Way video just dropped.
Shut up.
Tonight, one jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview.
How do you think this went?
My conversation with you?
Yeah.
That's sure to be iconic.
I would marry capitalism. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
How could anyone
New York is the Istanbul of America.
Allegedly corrupt.
Queens get the money.
Allegedly self-serving.
I stated I'm going to make y'all
Hadel, thank you for the 10 months.
Horny man.
I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And history's going to be kind to me.
Because he's the mayor.
God, he looks like
News
such
Network
a creep.
Starts now.
This is an honor, a pleasure. This is American history.
Love it so well. And look on these walls. You would think there is no history with us if you just look at these walls. But my face is going to be up with David Dinkins.
Oh, your face will be up with David Dinkins. I believe that. I received that, and I hope to get a copy of your portrait.
Yes.
May I start the interview?
Yes, you can.
Hi, I'm Ziwe, and my next iconic guest is the 110th mayor of New York City, baby. Please welcome Mayor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I
Good to
call
be
you
here.
Eric?
Yes, you can.
And do you have a bag of cash for me?
No, not at all. You know, I left it downstairs.
Now, Mayor Adams, you spent your tenure as mayor
His vibes are so fucked, so atrocious.
waging war against the rats. Now, unfortunately, you've dropped out of the race. Would you say that rats have won?
Not at all. Just the opposite. Rat complaints have decreased in the city. We containerize garbage. They told me it's going to take me 5 years. We did it 3.5 years. And I hate Mickey and his crew.
Oh.
And if anyone ever bumps into a rat, they think about it all day. Don't tell me you like rats.
I don't like rats.
Okay, if you lifted your toilet seat and Mickey popped out, you'll never sit on that toilet seat again. If you take your garbage lid off and Mickey pops out, you'll never take that lid off again. So I did a great favor for you and other New Yorkers. I took
What the
one
hell is
hazard
he
out of your
talking
life.
about?
The rats.
You've said New York.
Mickey is a mouse. Only Eric Adams could refer to Mickey as a rat.
New York City is the Istanbul of America,
Yes.
the Athens of America, the
Yes.
Islamabad of America.
Yes.
Which international cities would you compare to the following boroughs, like Staten Island?
Staten Island is the Little Italy of America.
Oh, and the Bronx.
The Bronx is the Puerto Rican
Mickey Rat.
Dominican of America.
Those aren't cities. And Manhattan.
Manhattan is probably the United Nations of America.
Oh, okay, we're just listing things. Brooklyn,
Brooklyn is the everything of America.
everything of America. And finally, Queens get the money.
That's right. Queens got the money because I gave them the money. And so they should be the most appreciative
How did this clown get so far? New
of
York.
America.
Please, to camera, if you could tell Queens to appreciate you more.
New York.
Queens, you should appreciate me more. You got the money because I gave you the money as the mayor. Queens get the money.
What's your favorite subway stop to stop and frisk?
All of them when it's used correctly. You know, it can't be abused because I didn't go to federal court to sue with Floyd versus NYPD for it to be abused. But every stop is the right stop if it's used correctly. Because when you're on the train with that beautiful outfit you have on,
thank you.
and all of a sudden you see someone hanging out there, and they have a bulge on their side, and not the bulge that others was talking about.
Oh, wow.
Then you want to make sure they stop and they frisk.
He makes everything so uncomfortable.
That felt like a threat.
Or you may think he has a weapon.
What are you saying
that's
right
not-
now?
No, what are you feeling right
I don't
now?
know what you're saying.
No, literally, what are you saying?
Okay, we're moving on.
What are you saying?
Coming up, question for you. You once said, New Yorkers, I'm like broccoli. You're going to hate me now, but you're going to love me later.
I got some good quotes. You know that? What about
Yeah, I think he was talking about a boner. I think the bulge, the good bulge being a boner.
let my haters be my waiters when I sit down at the table?
Well,
with
that's
my
coming
success.
up, but do you want
Okay.
me to skip around? I have a float in my interview.
When you look at what I've done and the criticism that have come with it, now all of a sudden they realize how good the Adams broccoli is.
The Adams broccoli.
Yes.
Now, you said that you believed that Gracie Mansion was haunted.
Yes.
What are the ghosts saying to you?
You hear them all the time. I hear them all the time moving around. There's one room in Gracie Mansion where there's a lot of banging on the wall, like 3 a.m. in the morning. You know, I don't know what the heck this is all about. Every time I comes in, it stops. There's downstairs in the kitchen, you hear pots move around all the time. You hear people walking and chatter and noise. Now, normally mayors wouldn't.
He's talking about Gracie Mansion being haunted. Just ghosts everywhere.
I bet you all the mayors knew they was haunted.
You know, maybe it's the maybe it's a federal agency wiretapping, and Eric Adams is just like, nah, I think it's a ghost.
Haunted, and they wouldn't say it because they were afraid on how they were going to be perceived.
Yes, you are the first mayor visibility ghost.
Yes.
I appreciate
But I'm the
that.
first mayor to do a lot of things.
You've called yourself the mayor of swagger.
Yes.
What do you think New Yorkers need more, swagger or rent freeze?
I think that you should have rent freeze and walking with swagger because you got the rent freeze.
Oh, got it. Okay, 2 for 1. I'm going to give you some.
Oh, you mean Mayor Adams, who raised rent multiple times in the same year and rejected calls for a rent freeze.
Quick fire questions, and you tell me which you prefer.
Got it.
Zero bond or zero crime?
Zero crime and zero bonds, and in all of my nightlife.
Spirit Airlines or Turkish Airlines?
Turkish Airlines with a lot of good spirit while you're sitting in with more leg room.
Dirty Sprite or Dirty Cop? Try to work that
what was
one.
the first one?
Dirty Sprite.
Sprite?
Yes.
Soda?
Like the Future song.
Oh, okay. So listen, I don't know.
You're in the
You gotta
club.
break it down to me, you know? Or I want clean on both ends.
Okay. Turkish lira or the Saudi rial?
The lira.
Okay. Okay.
Coming up.
You said regarding the election that
Yeah, I think anything to do with Turkey, he's gonna
no matter
choose.
what
He's gonna
happens,
choose.
Eric isn't going anywhere. When is your next trip to Istanbul?
Well, I'm looking forward to getting back there. You know, the Grand Bazaar is one of my favorite places.
For someone who's been to Turkey so frequently, you never got the hair transplants. What is that, stylistic or?
No, there's something about having a bald head that I just think, you know, bald-headed men got it going on.
Now, you said this is the city of nightlife. I must test the product.
Yes.
After New York's cooling centers, where's the coolest place in New York to start your weekend?
Oh, God, so many. I would start at the Summit at One Vanderbilt. Sometimes they have entertainment, but it allows you to see the whole city.
Oh, okay.
And then I would go to Chez Margot.
What's the turkey thing? Okay, so Adams was found to have he was accepting bribes from Turkish nationals who were basically like, here's some plane tickets and the joke of it too is like he's so bad at corruption. He's so bad. It was like they threw a couple plane tickets at him. And he's like, yeah, what can I do for you? You know, New York is the Istanbul of America. So yeah, essentially he was in bed with Turkish nationals and pretty much doing it for nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you know, Crane Club.
He's so blatantly corrupt.
You know what people don't realize?
What don't they realize?
They took my evening out and said, oh, he's just hanging out. You know, no, listen, Dad said if you're going to hang out with the boys, you got to get up with the men. And I do it all the time.
I don't know what that
But
means.
a city that never sleeps, a mayor can't even take a nap.
As the nightlife mayor, what time does the club really get jumping?
It depends on where you are. Some of these crazy laws restricted the times that they can stay open. You go to other places and they have a 24-hour district.
Got it.
I think we need a 24-hour district.
24 hours of partying with Mayor Adams? What do you say to critics who think that maybe a 65-year-old man is too old or embarrassing to go to the club?
Well, first of all, let your haters be your waiters.
Okay.
As you sit down at the club night of success, you know. I'm not sure why do people think 65 you should not be out. You know, when I get out of the shower and take a look at myself and my six packs and the firmness of my body, I'm living the 65 life.
If you'd like to show your six-pack to camera, please.
Oh my God.
If you could wine and dine the Statue of Liberty on a
He's so
date,
corny
where would
in
you
the
go?
worst ways.
On a picnic somewhere. You know, I like to cook myself. I cook
Oh.
a nice plant-based meal.
Oh,
And then introduce
vegetarian,
it.
vegan?
Well, it's just plant-based. It's eating the majority of my meals are plant-based.
Got it.
But I will cook it and show how well I can cook.
And would your haters be your waiters there?
Yes.
Okay. And would you buy the Statue of Liberty drinks? A
Yes,
bottle?
I will. Yes, I will.
Would you try to hook up with the Statue of Liberty that night?
I'll do a single malt scotch and a cigar and find out what she likes to drink also.
Got it.
And wait a minute, I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's out hooking up with me.
Oh, this Lady Liberty.
Yes.
And if you could talk to this camera like it's a shorty from Rockaway,
Yes.
how are you picking them up at the club?
See what happened to you, shorty from Rockaway? You should have hooked up with me and you would have been the first lady of the mayor. You didn't, you know, so you're still on Rockaway, taking that A train, and I'm here at City Hall.
God, his laugh. I hate it.
Wow.
Coming up.
I
If
hate
you were to
his
DJ at
little
Mar-a-Lago,
chuckle he
what
does.
would you play to get everyone moving?
New York, New York.
You play Frank Sinatra?
Yes.
And how does it go? Could you? How does it go? Could you give me just one bar?
These small town blues. There's only two type of people: those who live in New York and those who wish they could. This is New York.
How are you an ally to young, attractive black women that need jobs?
When I became mayor, black unemployment rate was 4 times the rates of white. We dropped it by 20%. And not only that, I led by example. First time in history, we have 5 women deputy mayors. First African American to be a chief of staff, second to be a chief of staff. They'll go through the list.
Wow! Wow!
Yes. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
I must ask, did you appoint Jasmine Ray as the city's first director of sports, wellness, and recreation because she was your ex-sortie?
Because she was good at her job and she did it well. And so if you met someone 10 years ago and you hung out with, and you decide 10 years later you wanted to bring them on because you know how good they're at their job, you should do so. That should not be a disqualifier. I'm pretty sure all of your booze, you didn't abandon them merely because you had a relationship with them once.
I've abandoned every boo, for the record.
Coming up.
He really gives boomer pervert energy.
Martin Luther King had
the
a
anti-Rizzler.
dream that we would not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. What do you say to people who think that only white men should be allowed to take bribes?
Well, I don't think anyone should. White men, black men, Chinese men, German men, I don't think anyone should.
You want to go from party mayor to party doctor and pursue a doctorate. What field do you plan on studying exactly?
I want to do my doctorate in fixing cities.
Oh, that's a doctorate.
Yes, that's the topic that I want to look at.
Would you say that the former mayor going to grad school is like...
Honestly, listening to Eric Adams speak, you just cannot believe this man was mayor of New York City. New York City had this fucking dumbass.
A recession indicator?
No, not at all. I'm a lifetime.
I mean, still technically is. Yes, we have a new mayor-elect. But he is technically still
learning.
the mayor.
Right now, I'm being schooled by you.
Oh, speaking of schooling, you are New York's first mayor to be federally.
I saw a tweet once that was like, Eric Adams feels like a 12-year-old who found a genie and said, for his wish, I want to be mayor of New York City and I want to be old.
Charged while in office, you were charged with 5 federal counts of fraud, bribery, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign donations. How many of those counts were due to racism, do you think?
I think I'm the first mayor that had to fight the federal government to defend this city from a $7.2 billion hole in our budget that will impact low-income New Yorkers and had to pay the price for that. And history is going to be kind to me to see the valid effort that I had, not only as a police officer, but also as their mayor.
No, I don't
How
think
many
it
black
will.
friends do you have?
I can't keep count. Many.
15, 20,
500,000.
500,000.
Yes.
All the black people in the city.
And more. We have more than 500,000.
How many do we have exactly?
I don't know the exact number.
Oh, damn it. I wish you did. How many black friends have you ever arrested?
None of my black friends I've arrested.
Do you plan to run for office ever again as a Democrat, Republican, or foreign asset?
Man makes plans and God laughs. I turn on my GPS every morning. My God position is satellite. He drives my life, and he'll determine what I do next.
Amen. You're anointed, really. Are you jealous that George Santos is the president's new favorite criminal?
Whatever his favorite is up to him. I have my favorites.
Coming up.
Now, when you were saying
Why
that
does
you were
he
going to
sound
clean up
like
the city, did you mean by
ChatGPT?
getting your aides and close allies indicted?
No. We've cleaned up so many areas. This has been a home run of an administration.
Play ball. And you are the second black man to be elected mayor of New York. What advice do you have for young black kids from the hood who dream of one day becoming mayor and maybe taking a bribe by accident?
Ignore the noise. There are many
To camera,
people
please.
who sit on the sidelines and they're not happy you're there. Cassius Clay, who later became Muhammad Ali, a woman stopped him when he got out of the ring, one of his fights. And she said to him, Mr. Clay, I never missed any of your fights. And he said, you must be my greatest fan. And she said, no, I want to be there when someone kills you in the ring. There are a lot of people around you as a young person that are there merely because they don't want to miss you falling. Don't give them the opportunity to see you fall. Never give up. Continue to fight, and you're going to hit some bends in the road. It's not the end of the road. Just make the turn.
That was a little violent.
What the hell is he saying? And whoever said, wait, somebody asked, does he, I can't tell if he's trying to do a bit and he knows he's on zero. He knows he's just like, he is like this. I think Eric Adams lives in a state of delusion. I think he thinks that people like him, that he, I think the vision that Eric Adams has of Eric Adams is very different from how a lot of other people see Eric Adams. Yeah. And I think he thinks too that he's being funny and personable and cool, and that this will make him look good, and it's part of the Eric Adams rehabilitating his image. Everybody forget about the whole corruption scandal, about Eric Adams being a terrible mayor.
Violent for advice for a child, but thank you. In 2010, you unveiled a city campaign called Stop the Sag in hopes of getting young men to stop sagging their pants. How do you picture a criminal in your head? What are they wearing? What slang words do they speak in? What's their race?
Well, think about it. People laughed at me and they called me names when I did that campaign. Are you seeing it now?
Saggy pants?
Are you seeing young men walking around showing their underwears? In some cases, wasn't even their underwears. They were showing just about their whole rear. It was wrong. And we became so normalized of dysfunctional behavior with our young men of color.
So many times he speaks and you tune out and then you tune back in, and then you tune out. You're like, what is bro saying? What is he saying?
How did we go from the era of my dad when they had on fine wearing suits to the days that we're walking down the block with a jail culture and no one was talking about it? And I said, no, I'm not going to walk around and act like I don't see this. This is wrong. Stop the sag. Pull your damn pants up.
Is this how you pick up girls at the club? Like, this is wild. You sound like my dad.
But they're not sagging anymore.
Yeah, some of them are. You see Billie Eilish? She sags. You like Billie Eilish?
You know as well as I do what it was like.
Billie Eilish dresses like Chingy.
Brothers are now concerned about how they look.
Oh.
You know, you look at them now, they're tailored their clothes, they're stepping up their game. You see even some of our rappers are wearing some fine cut suits. You know, that's what we should look like. Because you know as well as I do, before you eat a meal, you see the meal. And there's no way you're going to allow someone coming to you that's not looking impressive. You want to look like this, and you're going to have somebody walking down the block with you.
Keep referring to my appearance.
Yep, I can't. You took time to dress up to look nice.
Gosh.
You know as well as I do, you appreciate the fact that I'm acknowledging how well you are put together.
Let's change the subject. Coming up. Now, you've compared yourself to Gandhi, saying, I am like Gandhi, I think like Gandhi, I act like Gandhi, I want to be like Gandhi. How exactly are you like Gandhi?
There were moments when he was like me, perfectly imperfect, but he was dedicated. And I think his life was cut short. And when you go to India, you see his footprints are in the concrete. It is my job is to continue that journey so that bullet did not destroy that journey.
From India to New York City.
Yes.
Favorite Gandhi quote?
I don't have a favorite quote from Gandhi.
Wait.
You said, sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I feel like giving myself the finger. Mm-hmm. Is this one of those days?
Not at all.
Also, I do think it's a little funny. Gandhi was he was killed. He was shot. But I love this, like, life was cut short. He was just a child. He was just a child. He was almost 80.
Not at all.
How do you think this went?
My conversation with you. Listen, when I first stopped you, we spoke on the street and you had that nice dog. That's what got me. I love dogs.
You love dogs.
Yes.
Do you have a dog?
No, I want one so bad. I'm going to get one as soon as I finish office. I couldn't spend time with the dog. You know, a dog needs time. And look how you were holding your dog. Your dog loved you. Now, did you see how your dog responded to me? Because dogs can tell.
And what do you think my dog thought of you?
Your dog adored me. Come on, tell the truth.
I think
okay.
I think the dog was sussed out.
There's no way you didn't go home and your dog did not give you that look and say, I want to see Eric again. Stop, don't even try that. Your dog loved me when
That dog does not fuck with him.
Yes, and we're going to show that picture in this interview. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. I am gobsmacked by your brilliance. When you shake hands with people, do you instinctively look for a $100 bill ever?
I look for the firmness of their hand and do they make eye contact with me to see how sincere they are about greeting and meeting.
Greeting and meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
How is he being creepy towards the dog? Because his vibes are just creepy. Those are his vibes.
About you is that everything you say is so memorable. Like you are like a modern day Sophocles.
You know, I don't think people realize what's in a person's eyes.
Oh, gosh. Any last
Go
word?
back to that for a
Oh,
moment,
my
though.
goodness. I just don't want
back
you
to
to
that.
hit on me or something that makes me uncomfortable. What were you
know,
saying?
And you know what's interesting is that whenever a male gives an authentic conversation, it's automatic hitting on you. I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you. You have some good energy and you know that.
Okay.
So why can't you appreciate me telling you that?
Thank you, Mayor.
And history's going to be kind to me. You took time to dress up to look nice. I think, bald-headed men got it going on. That beautiful outfit you have on, do a single malt scotch and a cigar. I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's out hooking up with me.
This is American history.
And not the buzz that others was talking about. When I get out of the shower and take a look at myself in my six-pack.
You just say, oh, you look at a woman and suddenly you're a pervert. Oh, you can't even. I guess I gotta close my eyes.
The firmness of my body. I'm living the 65 life. Before you eat a meal, you see the meal.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know that we've met before? We met at Zero Bond like 4 years ago. But
Did we?
You don't remember.
He's
No, I
just
don't.
Italian.
You were looking at me like this.
I interact with a lot of people all day, every day.
Okay. I need a job, so hook me up. Do you have any last words for Zorn Mondani's New York?
This is New York. It's not Cuba.
Wait, are
It's
you?
not China.
But it is
It
Istanbul.
is the center of capitalism, not socialism.
The New
Can't take
York
it
of
backwards.
America.
We've made too much success. Got to move forward.
Got it. Marry, F, kill, communism, socialism.
Oh, so now we're specifying New York is New York.
Capitalism.
I would marry capitalism.
Okay.
Of course.
Israel. Social.
Wait, what? What?
I would marry capitalism,
Okay.
Israel, socialism, and communism. I would kick to the curb.
Here's a list of things that you love. Marry, F, kill, and
I don't understand what he would have been saying. It sounds like Israel, but like it's real. I would marry capitalism. It's like he's saying because capitalism is real. Capitalism is real. New York is the Tel Aviv of the United States.
the Black community, NYPD, Israel.
I would marry marry and love all three of them,
Okay.
and I
Oh,
would add
God.
on to them
Oh, God.
Ghana,
Okay.
Senegal,
Hey.
Nigeria,
Shout out.
South
Noel.
Africa.
Okay.
Exactly. I love them all. Love is love, and I've shown it to all those communities.
Love is love. Thank you so much, Mayor Adams.
Thank
It's been
you.
a pleasure chatting with you.
Look at you got the money in the bag.
He just hit the love is love. I also, if he's saying capitalism is real, this idea that communism and socialism aren't real, which is interesting because everybody's always freaking out about them. Everybody freaks, all these the establishment is like, oh, God forbid we have universal health care. That's communism, right? Ooh, socialism is taking over, but it's not real. It's not real. So why is it so scary? Oh, God, he's so
We'll
creepy.
see you on YouTube. He didn't take a book.
Good Lord.
He hates rats.
So he and I have something in common, and I love dogs.
Oh, how beautiful. I love that.
Yes. They tell me you're a big-time influencer.
Yes, an influencer. Sure, yeah, I'm an interviewer who would love to have a chance to talk to you.
Let's do that.
Being stuck in the middle between Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams would truly be hell. You're trapped in a room with Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams. What are you doing?
I love that.
The team is going to make it happen.
Okay, perfect.
And so here is a dog that's just like me. We hate rats. And we're going to make sure they're packing.
Exactly, and we love trash cans.
Okay, love it.
He wants to be here.
Oh,
Perfect.
man. Real
Nice to
pleasure.
meet you.
Good to see
Yes.
you, okay?
Oh my God. How did New Yorkers deal with this man? The upgrade from him to Zoran Mamdani is night and day. My God. My God. New York, you're so blessed. You're so blessed that you now have Zoran. We are resilient. I mean, Eric Adams gives like cartoonishly corrupt mayor of New York out of some like CW show. Y'all deserve Zoran after
W's now.
After
We
this
need a
bullshit.
mayor of swagger. I'm the Biden of Brooklyn. You know, I wake up in the morning at some time and look at myself and I give myself the finger. I'm Gandhi-like. I think like Gandhi. I act like Gandhi. I want to be like Gandhi. This is life. Everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. Some of the same folks are criticizing us now called me.
He really does talk about the same stuff. He talks about Gandhi. He talks about rats. He talks about
A
swagger.
murderer because I was killing
Turkey.
rats. Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad
Mickey
of
the
America.
Rat.
We've gone through so many crises in our lifetime, from 9/11 to the Great Depression. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. You know, bring your boo to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your.
Yeah, New York, where could be a plane crashing into a tower. You could go check out the newest Michelin restaurant, hottest restaurant in
marriage
town.
Together. Little outdoors will help you. But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home and they reignite their love affair. Does Eric eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem wasn't the molded pizza. The problem was the pizza. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I am the pilot, folks, and you are all passengers. Stop praying for me to crash the plane. Pray for me to land the plane. Because there's no parachutes on this plane.
He also speaks with the energy of thinking that he is like an MLK Jr. He really, I swear, whatever comes out of his mouth, he hears it as like the "I have a dream" speech.
We're all going down together.
Eric Adams truly, in his mind, the words that come out of his mouth ring as boldly and beautifully as MLK Jr.'s. Ooh, well, he gone. Okay, there is like this freaking little thing floating around, driving me nuts. Okay, let me pull up. Okay,
Stay here.
FYI, if you are traveling, you are planning on traveling, there are a bunch of flight delays and flight cuts that are happening as a result of the shutdown. So just be aware. Be aware. I believe that this is most affecting domestic travel. Oh. Hello. Hi. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll go do that right now. Okay, bye. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta hit Will's stream together link.
On Capitol Hill, new hope for a deal to end the shutdown. It appears at this hour that the Senate may stay here in Washington through the weekend. It takes a lot to get to them to do that, and it does tell us that lawmakers are discussing a deal to reopen the government. So, what could possibly have changed? Remember, this is the longest shutdown in history. It definitely could be the mass chaos, quote unquote, that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns is coming to the nation's airports as millions of Americans prepare to travel for the holiday season. As soon as tomorrow, the FAA is going to start canceling flights at 40 of America's busiest airports. One source telling CNN that the Trump administration is weighing a proposal that would cut 4% of scheduled flights, and that for every day the shutdown drags on, they could increase those cancellations by an additional percent. United Airlines is preemptively canceling about 200 flights tomorrow. A similar rate of cancellations expected on Saturday and Sunday. Delta Airlines canceling about 170 of their Friday flights. The White House arguing that these cuts and the significant disruptions that they'll cause are not political. Here was the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, earlier today.
People have asked me, why don't you find money for air traffic controllers? Like, that's the purpose of a shutdown. I don't have access to money. I can't find dollars to pay them because the Congress said there is no money. And so we can't break the law. And so I can't pay them. I'd love to, but I can't. And so the message is sit down, figure this out, open the government up. And, let's not hold Americans hostage, especially when they want to travel.
So today, thousands of flight delays have been reported as the air traffic control towers go understaffed. The air traffic controllers have already missed one paycheck. Today, they received a second pay stub for $0. The president of the Air Traffic Controllers Union tells CNN that every day some controllers are permanently quitting their jobs, while others say they simply can't afford to get themselves to work.
They're calling in saying, I don't have enough gas to get to work, to their employer, to their supervisor and manager, and saying, what do you want me to do? They're not calling in sick. They're not calling in protest. They're calling in with real life situations. These are real people dealing with real life circumstances. And when you don't pay somebody for 37 days and say, hey, just keep showing up and do your best, people are going to have issues, and they're mounting daily.
There you go. All right, let's get off the sidelines, head into the arena. My panel is here, and we're going to get started with CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean and CNN's Manu Raju, who is on Capitol Hill for us. Manu, I actually do want to start with you just because the talks that are aimed at trying to reopen the government wrapped up in the last hour, and there does seem to be some significant a change in the chatter, shall we say. Is it the flights that's upping the ante? What's the latest from where you sit?
No delays at DIA for her and not for Houston. DIS FAA to continue to pay the workers. They said no. DIA is on that list along with the other top airports. Yeah. Also, the fact that it's it's holiday season. We're entering into big travel time with Thanksgiving, and we are already at a historic length for this shutdown. It is the busiest travel time of the year. So the flight reductions and delays are coming at maybe the worst time ever.
Well, there is enormous pressure on senators to reach a deal and end this very damaging shutdown that is having painful consequences each day for the American public. And the senators who are negotiating a potential compromise are keenly aware of all of that. Frantic negotiations have been occurring all week. They've been intensifying today. And the question on the table is whether Democrats can accept a compromise from their demands. Remember, initially at the outset of this fight, they had called for an extension of those expiring subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, saying it must be dealt with immediately, otherwise people will see their health care premiums rise.
Yeah. Also, the Trump administration announcing it will cut 10% of air traffic at 40 of the busiest airports. This is intentional as a way to try and, one, force the Democrats to cave. Two, get the public to blame the Democrats for the shutdown. It is a complete power move. So this is not coincidental.
Well, as part of this emerging compromise, that would not be included.
UB, thank you for the 29 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Hog Trucker, thank you for the 17 months.
Healthcare issues that will be dealt with separately as part of a separate vote to extend the healthcare subsidies. But there is no guarantee that separate vote could pass the Senate, the Republican House. The Speaker would not commit to putting it on the floor of the House or even get signed into law by President Trump. So will Democrats go along with that, not having any guarantee of that becoming law? That is a key question that I put to Democrats today. Some say this will be a capitulation. Others say it's time to cut a deal.
Settling for some kind of vague promise about a vote in the future on some indeterminate bill without any definite...
Dude, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think it was today, she was talking about how the major concern for people in her district is healthcare. As she was like, as much as I mean, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene still sucks, but I swear to God, every clip I see of her lately, I'm like, why? What is happening? What is going on? But she's one of the biggest haters of Obamacare, but was talking about how people need healthcare subsidies, how healthcare is a huge concern in her district. I mean, I do think Marjorie sees the writing on the wall. I think Marjorie is smarter I think she's savvier than maybe people have given her credit for, because a lot of times she says really crazy shit, right? She is cartoonishly bigoted. And so a lot of very dumb sounding stuff has come out of her mouth. But lately, how she has been sounding, going on like The View, going on CNN, she's reading the tea leaves. Did you see AOC said MTG is going rogue because Trump said she can't run for Senate? I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene potentially signaling a shift away from Donald Trump is huge, because she has been one of the core MAGA congressional members. Marjorie Taylor Greene's revenge tour on Trump.
Inclusion in the law, I think, is...
Maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene ends up on a presidential ticket. Did you see she apparently disavowed QAnon? Yeah, she said, she says that she no longer believes QAnon conspiracy theories. She said this on The View. And Sunny Hostin asked if she still believes her. She said, "Oh, I went over that a long time ago." And Hostin said, "Oh, so you've changed?" And then Marjorie Taylor Greene said, "Well, no, I haven't changed. I was a victim, just like you were, of media lies and stuff that you read on social media." You've attacked me many times on this show because of things you've read about me that weren't true or clips you've seen. I mean, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is just being politically savvy. I think she is seeing how the winds have changed on issues like Israel. I think she understands her position as like, I'm a true America First politician. I am the one out here advocating for Americans. And that means like not prioritizing a foreign state over the red-blooded Americans who are struggling.
Mistake.
And it would be a letdown to your voters?
Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
I think
Luffy,
voters would rightly see it as a surrender.
Luffy, thank
some
you for
people
12
think
months.
It's a capitulation if you only agree to a standalone vote.
We need to understand how the Senate works. We have brought this issue as a major national issue from zero to a major factor, I think, in the last election. And I think we're going to continue to make it an issue as we approach the next election in the mid-year.
And the question was, if enough Democrats agree with Senator Dick Durbin, the number 2 Democrat, that they've been able to make healthcare an issue.
Yeah, like there was a clip today, too, of Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was asked by Caitlin Collins if she agrees with Trump that there's virtually no inflation and grocery prices are going down. And she said no. She was like, no, I go to the grocery store myself. Grocery prices are high. Energy prices are high. My electricity bills are higher here in Washington, D.C. than they were a year ago, also in my home in Georgia. So I really do think that this is signaling a move away from Trump. And looking towards the future, because despite everything that Trump and his diehards have said, where we're not going to have to, no more elections, Trump will just be president forever. No, he has 3 more years. 3 more years. And then the landscape is wide open. So who's going to come in and fill the power vacuum?
Not necessarily make it a law. Will that be enough to sway? What would they need? 8 Democrats in total to advance legislation to reopen the government. So far, as we've seen time and time again, just 3 Democrats have sided with the Republican efforts to reopen the government with no conditions at all attached to it. But expect there to be a key moment tomorrow where there will be votes to try to reopen the government. Will Democrats come along to that, to saying yes on that bill? They just left a caucus meeting that lasted about 2 hours, Casey. I talked to many of them while they're leaving, many still non-committal about whether they think this is the path forward or whether they think the shutdown will drag on.
All right, well, keep us posted, Manu. Sounds like it could be potentially an interesting weekend up there. So, Pete Montino.
Oh, yes. No, we know that some Dems are already thinking of caving, that they are that they are feeding into the Republicans' hands, which is a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake if at this point they give in and allow the Republicans to win, because this is one way that Democrats can actually exhibit their power, actually do something by not caving to the Republicans on this and ensuring that the Republicans don't rickroll them in the perception of this shutdown being their fault. Like every single Democrat should be talking about healthcare. Every single Democrat should be talking about SNAP benefits. Every single Democrat should be talking about how this is a result of the Republicans stripping what little safety provisions people have.
It's certainly going to be an interesting weekend for Americans across the country who are just trying to get where they're going. Can you help us understand kind of the scale, the magnitude, what people should be prepared for at the nation's airports if the government stays closed for the next few days?
We're talking thousands of flight cancels.
And also, the Democrats just won huge on Tuesday. They just won huge. They had big electoral wins. It would be so stupid of them. So stupid to not hold the line and not extract from Republicans things like funding the subsidies. It would be so absurd in the wake of a massive victory that happened while the government has been shut down to cave.
And as
You
we
mean so on brand to fold after a big win?
speak, airlines are posting their flight cancellations for the next few days. Delta Airlines just told me it'll cancel about 170 flights starting tomorrow, mainly regional flights. United Airlines also told me it will cancel about 200 flights tomorrow, then again on Saturday, same on Sunday. But we should reset here. This is now the most direct consequence of the government shutdown on air travel, and airlines were really blindsided by this mandate from the Trump administration. I'm told carriers were given less than an hour's notice that the FAA would order flight reductions nationwide starting tomorrow morning. And here's the reasoning from the Trump administration. Air traffic controllers just got that $0 pay stub, their second of this government shutdown. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says that has built stress into the national airspace system, and things have really reached a point where it is no longer safe to operate flights at full capacity. I want you to listen now to what
I'm genuinely concerned the Dems may cave because the bargaining chip has been trans healthcare. My friends and I will absolutely be fucked if they're willing to give that up. Okay, here's one good sign for you. One good sign. What is the audio? It's so fucked. I feel like the CNN audio is fucked all the time. Democrats say Virginia voters rejected anti-trans platforms. With wins in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York, pro-equality advocates look ahead to the 2026 congressional midterm elections. So, in the gubernatorial race that ultimately Abigail Spanberger, who's the Democrat, ended up winning, her GOP opponent, spent like over half of the budget on anti-trans ads, trying to appeal to voters on cultural issues like they have been doing over and over again, and it did not work. It didn't work because what Spanberger did was she stuck to an economic message. In the same way that, like, when we talked about Zoran's success, where Zoran didn't shy away from answering cultural questions. He did touch on identity politics when he talked about Islamophobia, what it's like to be a Muslim, but ultimately at the core of his messaging and his platform was economics, was affordability, and nothing worked. The smears did not work. The fear mongering around him being a Muslim did not work. So this is a one bright spot to show that, hey, actually, we don't need to play into the like identity culture war way of politics, but it doesn't mean that you need to throw trans people under the bus. It doesn't mean that you need to move right on these cultural issues. Ultimately, if you maintain a strong message of economic populism, of talking about affordability, then that is what people care about. And one example I would give on like how do you message around trans rights? Trans people are working class people. And just like everyone else in this country, trans people have been struggling. They're struggling to afford healthcare, to pay their bills. They need a truly more economically just path forward. Be unshakable in your defense of the marginalized, push an economic populist message. Right. So like when Zoran was asked about trans and other cultural issues, he didn't go, oh, fuck trans people, get trans people get trans women out of sports. No. He was consistent and down the line in being a progressive on cultural issues, but would always bring it back to making New York City affordable. This year, nearly a dozen anti-trans bills were introduced and failed in the Democrat-controlled legislature. Still, the matter featured prominently across campaigns. Republicans had also pointed to a Northern Virginia sex offender who has identified as transgender in court documents as cause for cracking down on bathroom access. Glenn Youngkin, Winsome Earl Sears, and Jason Myers were joined by Riley Gaines, that fucking loser, to celebrate the introduction of a bill that would ban transgender athletes. Most prominent, however, were digital ads, text message campaigns, and stump speeches from Earl Sears, the GOP gubernatorial nominee who lost to Spanberger by 15 points. Rome said campaigns make strategic assumptions on key issues they assume can rally and sustain their bases. For Republican candidates this year, they sought to build on successful campaigns from Youngkin and Trump, for which trans issues had featured. They were bolstered by outside organizations like the American Principles Project PAC, which sent a pre-Halloween mass text message featuring an artificial intelligence image of Spanberger posed like a horror movie poster. Monsters preying upon children, predators in little girls' locker rooms. This isn't a horror movie. It's Virginia under Abigail Spanberger. Likewise, the closing message from Earl Sears' campaign and attack ads against Spanberger asserted that she is for they, them, and not us. An echo of an attack that Trump levied against Kamala Harris. They put this out there. Wait, hold on. Recent polling from the Washington Post and George Mason University shows that 3% of voters saw transgender policies as a top-of-mind issue. They put this out there, and they were wrong. They wasted millions of dollars in the Virginia races this year by focusing on anti-trans attack ads. Republicans, as a result, 57% was spent on anti-transgender ads. 57% of the advertising funds. When Winsome Earl Sears spoke to the media, she would usually try to pivot the questions to talking about Abigail Spanberger's prior support for the transgender community. Republicans outside of Virginia tried to emulate this strategy, albeit to a lesser degree. And here's the thing, too, is like, you can and should be pro-trans rights, be an ally to the trans community, and you can still focus on a strong, economically populist message that at the end of the day is what you center your campaign on. So for voters who, sure, maybe they're not all super pro-trans rights, but ultimately they care most about the cost of their groceries, about the cost of living, about affordability. Here's who had a good take on it. Ested Herndon. Voter resentment of Dems' leftward turn was largely about perceived focus on cultural issues. So to blanketly apply that to Sanders and Mamdani ignores the class-forward nature of their message. The DSA left didn't drive the Dems to embrace identity politics, wokeness, etc. It was really the establishment class where things like DEI and representation began to displace policies with tangible impact. That's what the electorate resented. At the same time, the current backlash to identity politics in national media is such that the Dems' biggest winners were all history makers. The fact that Dems' biggest winners were all history makers feels like it's being ignored. I'd like to clarify that I think voters care about representation. They just want it coupled with vision and values.
Perhaps because we don't like them.
That's right.
Just one point on the question of being able to paint Democrats as too far left, which Republicans have done successfully. I mean, it's the reason Donald Trump is in office, but those issues specifically, at least in my reporting, when I was talking to people, were almost always on kind of like cultural issues, right? This was almost always about...
Yeah, and what happened is that shit felt so empty. It was like Hillary Clinton talking about being a woman. You know, Hillary Clinton and other establishment Dems who lean very heavily into identity politics because their economic policies were bad, because they were essentially offering up more of the same neocon status quo that people have burnt the fuck out on. And they just were. And so then the identity the focus on identity and cultural issues on top of it just pissed people off. They were like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're not speaking to me and my concerns.
Trans women in sports, for example, or kind of backlash against DEI or wokeness or things like that. That's not really Zohran Mamdani. That's not really Bernie Sanders. That world is willing to have the fight about left, right, center because they think that puts them back on economic terms, which is a better place to be than the kind of cultural forward issues. The part of the Democratic Party that became most obsessed with representation, most clearly talking about identity politics, was not the left. The biggest part of that shift in 2020 was a center, more establishment part of the Democratic Party. And that's
educated.
Yeah.
Yes, and you look at that. You look at that with candidates like Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, where the establishment would accuse the dirtbag left, the left flank, of being racist and misogynistic. Like they were the ones who were hitting the accusations of sexism and racism because they were playing into IDPOL, and then turn around and go, all these, it's the trans and Palestinian and identity politics has caused us to lose, and that's why we got to go to the right on everything, and we need to just do what the Republicans are doing and throw all these communities under the bus because that's why we're losing.
Yes, the college educated, and that's the part that Trump. That's the part that Trump backlashed against. So I'm saying I would not say it's fair to put on Mamdani or Sanders just the party has gone too far left, and if they embrace that, that means Republicans get to win because their version of that is not exactly the same.
I think that is,
as the shift
that
over
is
the last
very
couple of years.
important and very smart.
Yeah, Zohran Mamdani didn't say, vote for me because I'm Muslim. He did not put his identity as a Muslim man front and center with everything else like coming as a far off second priority. He talked about being a Muslim in the context of the Islamophobic attacks that he was constantly enduring. And it was a very powerful, that when he gave that speech, it was very powerful. But ultimately, that was not what drove his campaign. That was not how he was appealing to the diversity of voters in New York City by being like, I'm Muslim. We've never had a Muslim mayor before. So vote for me because I'm Muslim.
Perhaps because we don't like.
No, he said, vote for me because I am going to do everything I can to make this city more affordable. By the way, Pennsylvania elected their first trans mayor. She's a Dem who won 64% of the vote. See, it's possible. It's possible. And like, I truly do believe that you can get through people's bigotries. Say, voters who maybe aren't super woke on trans rights, but will still vote for someone who's trans or not like oppose them if a trans politician is speaking directly to them and the economic struggles that they are experiencing. You have to stay on message. Yes, you have to offer up good policies. You're not like, vote for me because I'm trans and because we're doing IDPOL over here. Have you played the 2 new episodes of Dispatch yet? Not yet. I'm going to play some more Dispatch tonight. Voters in Dowington, Pennsylvania elected Erica Dusso as mayor on Tuesday night, making her the first out transgender mayor in state history amid a night of major wins for pro-LGBTQ plus Democrats across the country. Yeah, remember that piece that came out in the New York Times a month or so ago by what's his name, that piece of shit who worked for Fetterman and Harry Reid, and he said, "Well, I think the strategy through is Democrats just they've got to lose all this. They've got to lose all this like pro-trans, pro-immigrant messaging. No. We got to be like the Republicans. Okay, we have to be just as right wing." Yeah, Adam Gentleson. That's a person who should not be professionally working in politics. Duso, who works in management at the pharmaceutical company Johnson & Johnson, defeated Republican Rich Bryant with 64% of the vote. Being elected as Pennsylvania's first openly transgender mayor is deeply meaningful, and I carry that responsibility with pride and humility. Her victory made her the fourth known trans person to become mayor of a U.S. city. I hope it reminds anyone who has ever felt unseen, unheard, or underestimated that your voice matters and that you belong in the room where decisions are made. Her campaign largely did not focus on LGBTQ plus issues, however, instead prioritizing infrastructure development and a plan for environmental resilience. She also pledged that under her leadership, local police would not cooperate with federal immigration agents except where legally obligated. Still, she did not shy away from talking about her identity when pressed. According to the Inquirer, some on social media spread anti-trans talking points about Duso and even tried to unearth her dead name, an effort that, according to Duso, succeeded only in identifying her father. Her opponent in the May Democratic primary, Barry Cassidy, posted a link on Facebook to a press release from the Independent Women's Forum, an anti-trans group that has pushed for trans women to be banned from women's sports, earlier this year with the message, "I'm a firm believer in Title IX." We pulled off something that would have been unthinkable in Chester County just a few years ago. Now the work begins. We will build a Dowington that is safe, sustainable, and strong for everyone who calls it home. I mean, this is the same thing as Zohran Mamdani, where he didn't shy away from talking about his identity. And it was refreshing, too, to hear somebody who experiences this insidious form of racism openly talk about it and say enough is enough. But for the millionth time, like, that's not what the campaign focused on. Yeah, these are the types of ads. These are the types of ads that were sent out. And just remember that, like, woke is progress. Woke is also economic progress. Woke is like, hey, you know, we're gonna make life more affordable. Woke is, we see all of these people who are struggling, and we're gonna make things better here. Like, that's how we expand woke. That's how we make woke appeal to people who have been so turned off by it because of anti-woke messaging, because they don't understand that, like, being woke is being empathetic, is like, you know, not being a turd. Love to see every campaign that uses AI so heavily has flopped horribly. Yeah, I know. So look, I don't think that this fixes all the issues, of course, that the trans community is experiencing, but I think it's a reminder that, hey, you don't need to like publicly throw trans people under the bus in order to win an election. And in fact, you can support trans people who are members of the working class in this country. You can support them and win elections by having a unifying populist message that you hammer in over and over and over again. It's like, do you think that people are going... Here's the thing. When people's material needs are being met, when they are not constantly suffocating under the rising costs of life, they are not going to be redirected successfully towards like blaming Palestinian advocates on campuses and blaming trans people and blaming immigrants for why their lives suck so much. Okay, let's talk about failed debutante. Thank you for the 29 months. Perfect sum up of Dems.
In light of this new information, the time has come to take decisive action.
Wow. Can't tell you how happy I am to hear you say that.
We are going to form an elite investigative team to get to the bottom of this. And we are fast-tracking the process. It will take no more than 400 years.
Sorry?
It's aggressive, but you heard right. We are only giving ourselves 400 years to select the members of this elite team.
Wait, 400 years just to form the team? I was thinking that we could do something nowish, like right now.
Michael, we have rules, procedures. We're the good guys. We can't just do stuff. No.
Upon formation, the team will then be in charge of organizing a blue ribbon commission to investigate themselves, to make sure there's no conflicts of interest. And that will take 1,000 years.
Okay. Just so you know, the whole time you're doing this, the bad guys are continuing to torture everyone who ends up in the bad place, which is everyone.
And that deeply concerns us. Have you seen the memorandum we've sent each other about how concerned we are? We're taking this very seriously.
Hear, hear. Ooh, Callan, did you file a hear memorandum?
No. Sincerest apologies. I rescind my here and resign, effective immediately.
Michael, how did it go? Is the committee going to help us?
The committee's a bunch of
Liberalism in a
dorks
nutshell.
in fleece vests. The Titanic is sinking, and they're writing a strongly worded letter to the iceberg. How much more evidence do they need?
Liberalism in a nutshell. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Last little thing. Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in America. Bernie Sanders, who he's a socialist. He's a guy who you know, when you think of Bern, you think of him talking about healthcare. Right? You think of him talking about economic populism, right? Like that is Bernie Sanders over and over again. Tax the rich, parity for the working class. And yet Bernie is not a guy who has thrown trans people under the bus. His messaging is not primarily on cultural issues, but he is a progressive down the line. And it just goes to show, like, it just goes to show what is the path forward? What is the path forward as far as how do you really speak to the majority of people in this country? Healthcare is a human right for everybody, for everyone. And then when you get into the, when you get into the talking about healthcare being, trans healthcare being a human right as well, like every person should have access to healthcare, because that is what makes, someone's life easier. Is having access to healthcare. And that starts by viewing it as a right of all human beings, no matter who you are. Oops, not this article. Sorry, I wanted to look at this article. Condé Nast abruptly fires 4 staffers after HR confrontation. Okay, so this is a continuation of the story that I covered a couple days ago. The devastating news that Teen Vogue is going to be folded into Vogue. Teen Vogue, which over the last decade has produced some of the best progressive mainstream journalism that is geared towards young people. And even as other mainstream media places have fallen like dominoes, capitulating to the right as the right wing has amassed more power across media, both traditional and digital, Teen Vogue has been like a light in the dark. So it has been, it's awful news this week finding out that Teen Vogue is no longer going to exist, that there are currently no more political staffers, no more political writers on staff. And all of the layoffs that have been happening across the media landscape, primarily targeting Black women, people of color, trans people at Teen Vogue, like all of the, a lot of the layoffs were especially devastating because the people who were being laid off had facilitated some really important stories at Teen Vogue, like Vivian Wilson's cover story. That was a trans Teen Vogue writer who no longer is employed there. Okay, so what happened today is that 4 staffers who were among a group of more than a dozen employees who confronted the company's head of human resources were abruptly fired. An unsubtle message to its employee union that the publisher was taking a harder line in dealing with its employees. According to 2 people familiar with the situation, the company told the 4 staffers, including a senior fact checker at The New Yorker, a politics reporter for Wired, a digital staffer at Bon Appetit, and a video staffer that they were being fired for violating company policies. On Monday, Condé Nast announced that it was folding Teen Vogue into its sister magazine Vogue and laid off several staffers and its editor-in-chief. While the publication was one of the smaller outlets in the company's portfolio, some fans and supporters were quick to criticize the move, the company's union saying that it was clearly designed to blunt the award-winning magazine's insightful journalism at a time when it is needed the most. On Wednesday, more than a dozen employees gathered outside the office of Stan Duncan, Condé Nast's head of human resources, demanding to speak with him about the Teen Vogue decision and other recent cuts at the company. Duncan told staff that they could not be congregating outside his office and asked them to return to work. When he tried to leave, one employee asked Duncan if he was running away from the unionized employees. Good on whoever that person is, calling that fucking weasel out. A member of the union implied that the decision to fold Teen Vogue into its parent magazine would impact the company's political coverage. One of the fired employees asked Duncan what he planned on doing to stand up to the Trump administration. "We'd like you to move forward," Duncan said. "Well, we'd like you to answer our questions," one employee who was later fired said. In response, Condé Nast filed a charge with the National Labor Relations Board against the News Guild of New York, citing the organization's repeated and egregious disregard of our collective bargaining agreement. Extreme misconduct is unacceptable in any professional setting. This includes aggressive, disruptive, and threatening behavior of any kind, a spokesperson said in a statement to Semaphore. "We have a responsibility to provide a workplace where every employee feels respected and able to do their job without harassment or intimidation. We also cannot ignore behavior that crosses the line into targeted harassment and disruption of business operations." Yeah, you want to talk about disruption? How about Condé Nast's decision to fold Teen Vogue into Vogue and lay off a lot of important voices? "We remain committed to working constructively with the union and all our employees." This is a total and complete power move. This is sending the message of shut up or you're fired. A representative for the News Guild, the union that organizes Condé Nast employees, said that it would have a statement later on Thursday addressing the move. Let me see if that statement is out. News Guild statement on Condé Nast firings. Let me check on News Guild. Condé Nasty. Here we go. Okay. Statement from the News Guild. Oh, wait. No, this is about. Where's the latest? Okay, here we go. Statement from the News Guild of New York and Condé United on illegal firing of 4 union officers who demanded answers about this week's layoff at Teen Vogue, other brands. Late Wednesday night, Condé Nast VP of Labor Relations notified the Guild that the company was immediately terminating 4 Condé United members for engaging in the protected concerted activity of gathering in their One World Trade Center office to demand answers on this week's abrupt layoffs at multiple brands, including Wired and the consolidation at Teen Vogue. Also, side note, just an example of why unions are important. Okay. These egregious terminations are a flagrant breach of the just cause terms of our contract and an unprecedented violation of their federally protected rights as union members to participate in a collective action. Through these illegal terminations, Condé Nast management is attempting to intimidate and silence our members' advocacy for the courageous cultural and political journalism of Teen Vogue, as well as diverting attention away from the obvious lack of corporate leadership at the company. Condé United members illegally fired our Alma Aval, writer, digital producer at Bon Appetit, News Guild of New York, first vice president, trans activist, and union leader. Jake LaHood, Wired senior reporter covering the Trump White House. Jasper Lowe, senior fact checker at The New Yorker and U.S. Army veteran, outgoing first vice chair of the New Yorker Union. Ben Dewey, videographer at Condé Nast Entertainment, former vice chair of the C&E unit. Management's attempt at union busting, using intimidation and grossly illegal tactics to try to suppress protected union activity will not stand, said Susan D. Carava, president of the News Guild of New York. The News Guild of New York has zero tolerance for bad bosses who harass, target, and disrespect our fellow guild members. We represent nearly 6,000 media workers across the tri-state area, and we stand firmly in solidarity, ready to fight for the rights of our members illegally fired from their jobs at Condé. So they are correctly referring to this as a legal termination, where these workers, these union workers, have the right to engage in what they did, which was gathering outside of the head of HR's office to demand answers on the multiple layoffs that have occurred this week due to the consolidation at Teen Vogue. Yeah, wait, didn't we cover something earlier this year or last year? Wasn't there some other labor violation bullshit that they had done? I swear there was a story last year. Wasn't there a walkout? Condé Nast walkout 2024. Yes, there was. And it was it was on the Met Gala. Workers at Condé Nast, the media empire behind Vogue, Vanity Fair, and GQ, announced a tentative agreement had been reached for a first union contract after threatening to stage a walkout during the Met Gala on Monday evening. The Condé Nast union, which represents about 540 editorial workers, has been bargaining for a union contract since September of 2022. It is affiliated with the News Guild of New York. Condé Nast owns a string of leading magazines and publications, including Glamour, Bon Appetit, and Teen Vogue. Well, not anymore. It also owns The New Yorker, although this has a separate union. Back in November, as the company bargained with the Condé Nast union, it announced plans to lay off 5% of its workforce. It then proposed laying off 94 union members. The proposed layoffs further heated contention between both sides in bargaining, with the union threatening to walk off the job. The union also distributed flyers in New York City criticizing the opulence of the Vogue editor-in-chief, Anna Wintour, the face and organizer of the fashion industry's biggest night, the Met Gala, throughout her neighborhood to raise public awareness of the contract fight with the tagline, "Anna wears Prada, workers get nada." Both sides reached a tentative agreement at 3 a.m. local time in New York on Monday, the day of this year's Met Gala, which some workers had threatened to disrupt. Didn't Jeff B buy Vogue? So the rumors had been that Jeff Bezos was eyeing Condé Nast as a purchase, as a wedding purchase for Lauren Sanchez, his new bride. She was she was featured on the digital cover of Vogue. It was a picture of her in her wedding dress, and everyone was like, oh, what's going on here? So is this another example of a billionaire buying up a major media organization and putting his wife on the cover of the premier fashion magazine? Now, those rumors have not materialized into anything concrete. But yeah, we covered that back in July, which was very concerning. The idea that Jeff Bezos was not just going to own the Washington Post, but could potentially be owning all of the publications under the Condé Nast empire. God forbid a man give his wife a present. Okay, so that's what happened last year that we covered. So, boo, 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 boo. Condé Nast's decision to take a hard line with unionized staff comes amid a broader post-pandemic attempt by bosses to claw back power they feel was ceded to employees during the internal upheavals within white-collar workplaces following the Me Too movement, the 2020 racial reckoning, and flexible COVID-era work arrangements. The confluence of pro-employee cultural forces and shaky economics in the media business inspired many employees to form unions or deploy more aggressive union tactics. But years of challenging media economics and changing cultural sentiments have emboldened bosses to adopt a more confrontational approach with employees. Also, we are in Trump era. So these media places and the executives who are running them, oftentimes they are either just, Trumpian themselves, or they are responding to the administration's pressures being applied across the media to get rid of diversity and inclusion, to move away from progressivism. COVID let the cat out the bag, I think, with class solidarity, and now it just grows from here, right? Yeah, well, for these bosses becoming emboldened, workers need to take this and be 100 times more emboldened. They're offering up their employees as sacrificial lambs to gain favor with this admin. Yes, we've seen many examples of this. And many journalists have simply become desensitized to frequent cuts and layoffs, which have become a normal part of the modern media business. Something I noticed at Zoran's election party was how many prominent people in the room are all independent alternative media, from Mehdi Hassan, who was fired from MSNBC and then started Zeteo News, to Hassan, who is obviously a Twitch streamer and content creator. Like a lot of the media that was in that room and that I have seen, Ryan Grimm of Drop Site News. And this has become the reality that as more journalists and media workers are being pushed out of mainstream media because they are, because they are progressive, because just the environment has become so hostile towards diversity, they are turning towards alternative media. And luckily, it has offered it's been an avenue for really, really great journalists to keep being able to work and to be able to now cut through the kind of cut through the chains that are applied when you are when you work in the mainstream. Marshy Poo from the Furion, yeah, never forget. Famed producer Marshy Poo in the mix. Majority Report, Matt Bernstein, Jennifer Welch. What is Rania's what's their breakthrough news? All right. Oh, don't forget the Free Press. Yeah. I didn't realize how young Olivia Reingold is. She's in her 20s, right? She's so, I think just the fact that she looks a lot older and I think tries to act in a certain way. Yeah, she looks a lot older. And then I found out she's like in her 20s, and it makes sense because she's like one of these Gen Z right-wing tryhards. Evil will do that to you. Yeah. Trying to make up excuses and deny the famine in Palestine will make you look freakish. Her whining about losing all her friends. Yeah. It's like, that doesn't make you look good. Talking about how nobody fucks with you because your vibes are atrocious. Here's the top of what Dropsite sent out. An investigation we published at Dropsite News last December is now the subject of a lawsuit filed by a top editor at the BBC. Dropsite has done a lot of really amazing work, specifically in regards to Palestine. Turn your waiters into haters. Okay, so here's the diva drama. Daniel Day-Lewis, who's back now, he's returned, says Brian Cox dragged him into method actor debate, denies claim that he taught Jeremy Strong, quote, I don't feel responsible in any way for how Strong acts on set. So I guess it's a three-way diva off, even though Jeremy is not really involved in this. Okay, so a little background, a little context. Brian Cox, he is a gossiper. He is constantly stirring up trouble because he's very snarky. And he likes to involve himself in everything. He's a very messy bitch. Indeed. He is a very messy bitch. He is a diva. So Daniel Day recently told the UK's Big Issue that Brian Cox is one of the reasons he's been dragged into an unwanted debate around method acting. Cox has spoken out against method acting in various interviews over the last few years, frequently citing his Succession co-star Jeremy Strong as an example of why the acting style is fucking annoying. And I will say, yes, I have engaged in my fair share of like shitting on method acting, particularly around the actions of someone like Jared Leto, because I think he's a real piece of shit. Jeremy Strong is, by all accounts, a sweet a sweet, kind, theater loving man. And yes, the stories of how intense he is in his process, they are true. But Jeremy Strong, I don't think, makes other people's lives miserable in the way that like Jared Leto does. And Jared Leto has nothing to show for it as well. Jeremy Strong is incredible. He's an incredible actor. And he is, I think he gets shit on a lot. I think people shit on him, including Brian Cox. And I don't think it's very fair. But Brian Cox is messy. He is. Cox once speculated that Day-Lewis had to break from acting at 55 years old due to the burnout of being a method actor, saying that Daniel Day couldn't go on doing that every day. Listen, I worked with Brian Cox once and got somehow drawn into this Handbags at Dawn. Oh no, not the Handbags at Dawn. Not the Handbags at Dawn. I got drawn into this Handbags at Dawn conflict inadvertently, Day-Lewis now told Big Issue. Brian is a very fine actor who's done extraordinary work. As a result, he's been given a soapbox, which he shows no sign of climbing down from. Oh, shots fired. You know what Daniel Day said? This is what Daniel Day said. What you said, she ain't no diva. She ain't no diva. In an interview with Variety, Cox even floated a connection between Jeremy Strong's method acting and Daniel Day-Lewis, since Jeremy was Day-Lewis's assistant. So he's learned all that stuff from Dan. I love that Brian Cox is trying to kind of incept this idea that Daniel Day-Lewis is a scourge, that it all stems from Daniel Day-Lewis's infamous method acting styles. So he's learned all that stuff from Dan, but Day-Lewis does not agree. If I thought during our work together I'd interfered with his working process, I would be appalled, Day-Lewis told Big Issue. But I don't think it was like that. So I don't know where the fuck that came from. Oh! We throwing F-bombs around! Jeremy Strong is a very fine actor. I don't know how he goes about things, but I don't feel responsible in any way for that. I just don't like it being misrepresented to the extent that it has been, Day-Lewis continued about method acting. I can't think of a single commentator who's gobbed off about the method that has any understanding of it, of how it works and the intention behind it. They focus on, oh, he lived in a jail cell for 6 months. Those are the least important details. Okay, that's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that he's like, okay, so what? I lived in a jail cell for 6 months. Okay, so what? I almost died on the set of Lincoln because I refused modern medicine when I got sick because that wasn't available in Lincoln's time. Here's what Daniel Day-Lewis said about himself. What you said, she ain't no diva. She ain't no diva. That's what Daniel Day-Lewis has said about himself. He's like, come on. Who cares? Those aren't important details. In all the performing arts, people find their methods as a means to an end. This has been stuck in my head for 3 days because of you. It's my favorite thing. I play this all the time. I'll sneak up on Will and I'll just play the soundbite and I'll look at him. Day-Lewis stressed that method acting is simply about freeing yourself so you present your colleagues with a living, breathing human being that they can interact with. It's very simple. So it pisses me off, this whole, oh, he went full method thing. What the fuck, you know? Because it's invariably attached to the idea of some kind of lunacy. I choose to stay and splash around rather than jump in and out or play practical jokes with whoopee cushions between takes or whatever people think is how you should behave as an actor. What? Who thinks you should behave as an actor by like putting whoopee cushions on people's seats in between takes? Who's doing this tomfoolery? Who's doing these pranks? Okay, here's my question. Is Daniel Day aware of Jared Leto? I need to know if Daniel Day is aware of Jared Leto, and if in the mix of his words here, he is shading Jared Leto and basically being like, there's me, and then there's Jared Leto. The concept of pranking DDL with a whoopee cushion, it would go one of two ways. You would have to run for the hills, like that's it. Worst mistake of your life. Or I can imagine him pausing. There's this scary moment where you're like, uh-oh. Did this whoopee cushion prank on DDL just backfire? And then he lets out a little chuckle. And then that chuckle grows into full belly laughter. And you're standing there still scared, still a little scared. Not sure if maybe he's about to like snap your neck. And he's just booming laughter for like 5 minutes. Yeah. He will there be blood on you? Will there be blood? I bet he would act however the character would. Daniel Day would stay in character and respond however the character would respond. Jared Leto meeting Daniel Day-Lewis is like the end of There Will Be Blood. Okay, but the thing is that there are people who go method and they just use it as an excuse to be abusive assholes, a la Jonathan Majors, Jared Leto, okay? There are people who go method and they ain't got nothing to show for it. It's like, yeah, maybe just don't act. I don't think it's the I don't think it's the method. Like whether or not you're doing it or not doing it. I think you just suck. And then there are, of course, some of the greatest living, breathing actors like Daniel Day-Lewis. But on the other hand, Brian Cox's whole thing, for as messy of a bitch as he is, he's a very, very fine actor, truly. Brian Cox is an amazing actor. And his approach is just, it's a job. I just do it. I don't need all this fancy stuff. I just perform. And he's an amazing performer. He's really good. And so his mentality is, if you're actually a great actor, you don't need to do all this shit. This is all just noise. This is unnecessary theatrics. Look at me. I'm an amazing actor. And you want to know what my secret is? I just act. That's what he literally said. He's like, I just act. He's also pro-Palestine, right? Yeah. So, I mean, look, Brian, objectively a great actor. Personally, sometimes he's spot on. Sometimes he's an old curmudgeon. God, this is so funny. The whoopee cushion. I can just see Daniel being like, wait, what do I play practical jokes with whoopee cushions between takes or whatever people think you should behave as an actor? the journalist interviewing him is like, I'm sorry, what? Sir? Strong appeared on the cover. I also feel bad because Jeremy Strong is always being dragged into things and he really doesn't cause problems. Jeremy Strong really does stick to doing his thing. Okay. And yes, he's one of those guys that, look, would I love to meet him and have a conversation with him and like theater out and all that? Absolutely. Are there other people who might be like, this is too much? Yeah, for sure. But I have a soft spot for him because I think that he's not harming anyone. And I think he is just really passionate. I think he's just so passionate about acting and he's excellent. Maybe there's a part of him being Kendall that's just so pathetic too. That's also having an impact on my view of him. Strong said he hasn't spoken directly with Cox or any of his other Succession co-stars about all the headlines that his method acting creates. Everyone's entitled to have their feelings, Strong said. I also think Brian Cox, for example, he's earned the right to say whatever the fuck he wants. There was no need to address that or do damage control. I feel a lot of love for my siblings and my father on the show. And it's like a family in the sense that I'm sure they would say this too. You don't always like the people that you love. I do always respect them. Reading between the lines on this, Jeremy Strong is saying, say she is a diva. Yes, she is a diva. Through all of the complaints about his method acting, Strong told GQ never once considered changing his approach. And to remind you, DDL was an early caller of Israel as an apartheid state. Yes, early on after October 7th, we watched clips of him when he went to the West Bank and wrote in his diaries about his experience. When Brian Cox in that interview started going off on Jeremy Strong, it was really unnecessary. It was really like kind of out of pocket. He was so mean about him. He was such a bitch. He really was. And Jeremy hadn't done anything to him to be deserving of that. Like Brian loves to start shit. He does. Am I going to adjust or compromise the way that I've worked my whole life and what I believe in? There wasn't a flicker of doubt about that, Strong said. I'm still going to do whatever it takes to serve whatever it is, which is not to say, I guess he wouldn't go to his funeral. Yeah, Brian Cox was giving the energy of, I wouldn't go to his funeral. Which is not to say that that is the same thing as riding roughshod over other people. It has to do with autonomous concentration. It's a very solitary thing. I think there's very low impact on others except for what they might want to project onto it and how that might make them feel. Yeah, I mean, what he's saying is like, this is something that is an internal solitary experience. I'm not causing problems for people. I'm not making other people's lives on set harder. Like I'm just doing my thing. I promise you when I look in the mirror, I know. I'm just acting. It's just method. As for Day-Lewis, the 3-time Oscar winner has been making the press rounds in support of his new movie, Anemone. The film marks Day-Lewis's return to acting after an extended hiatus following 2017's Phantom Thread. He has defended method acting in various interviews on the press tour. All the recent commentary in the last few years about method acting is invariably from people who have little or no understanding of what it actually involves. So it's funny the difference between Jeremy Strong and Daniel Day. Jeremy Strong, who's like, it's fine. Brian Cox, he's earned the right to say what he wants to say. In my opinion, my method acting is a solitary thing. Like, maybe people are projecting what they want onto it. They've got their thoughts. And Daniel Day-Lewis is coming out swinging. He's like, these motherfuckers speaking on method acting know not of what they speak. Ye old dumbasses. Because Daniel Day is synonymous with method. And a lot of the jokes and a lot of kind of the souring on method acting, I think has, he probably sees as his expense. Like, yeah, he's the CEO of method acting. Yes, he is Mr. John Method. He is, and I took that personally. I do think, you know what's funny too, is like, he has just said all the recent commentary in the last few years, which means that Daniel Day, who's been gone, who did Phantom Thread and then was like, good night. Daniel Day's been paying attention. Daniel Day has not been under a rock. Daniel Day has not been like, I don't know, Tom Hanks on an island somewhere. He's listening. He's in your walls. He is everywhere. He hears. He hears what all y'all have been saying. Not me. Certainly not me. Certainly not me. I have said nothing. Because according to Daniel Day, it's only people who have no understanding of what method acting involves that are talking and commentating on method acting. Now that clip lives in my head rent-free. It's the best. It's almost as if it's some specious science that we're involved in or a cult, but it's just a way of freeing yourself so that the spontaneity when you are working with your colleagues in front of the camera, that you are free to respond in any way that you'll move to in that moment. Did Daniel Day-Lewis return to acting just to defend method? Is Daniel Day-Lewis back for the sole purpose of taking a dump on everyone who's been shit-talking method acting? That is why he's returned. He has returned to prove a point. He's like, I am going to create an environment that is so method. You will not be able to escape. You know what we need to do? We need to put Brian Cox in a room with Jeremy Strong, Daniel Day-Lewis, Jared Leto. Who are the other notorious method actors? And I just, as an observation, and they will be given various acting exercises. Austin Butler, who got stuck in the Elvis voice. I always say you only ever see people doing method acting when they're playing an asshole. You never see someone just being lovely to everyone going, I'm really deep in character. I mean, look, Brian Cox is not the only person who has talked shit on method acting and by proxy method actors. It's just that Brian Cox is so messy about it, and he will specifically call out he will call out method actors and talk shit on them. Like, he does make it personal. I wonder how Daniel Day-Lewis feels about Jeremy Strong. That's what I need to know, because we know how Daniel Day and Brian Cox feel about each other. Now I'm curious. I want to know what Daniel Day thinks of other method actors. Is he out here being like, you're making us look bad? Or do you think he reveres and respects like a Jeremy Strong? I know Jeremy was his assistant. Yes. So back in the day, Power Dynamics was Daniel Day, Jeremy Strong. As far as like legend status, it's still Daniel Day. Three-time Oscar winner Daniel Day leaves acting, returns after 8 years. Get them a table. Oh, you know what? Yes, round table. Round table, please, please. Please, we need it. We need a variety round table. Do you find that method acting can go too far for some actors? There are obvious answers, but even watching Val Kilmer's documentary touched on how his acting ruined. I mean, I don't think that's just specifically method acting, because method acting is an acting technique that has been taught professionally for decades. It originates from Stanislavski. I think what you're talking about is kind of a broader problem, which is actors having actors' personal lives, their mental health, their well-being being affected by the work that they're doing. Like Heath Ledger, right? Like Heath Ledger playing the Joker, where I don't think you can like specifically attribute it to method acting technique, but more so just actors the productions they're a part of, the roles that they're playing, it having an adverse effect on their health. Now, I will say the thing I don't like about method acting is how much focus is given to male actors that do it, and women actors that also use method are mostly ignored for it. I mean, I think one of the best cases of method acting being used as an excuse for abusive male actors to be just monsters on set is Jonathan Majors, for sure. I mean, that's also in general, like great male actors being horrible, but it's like what's the term for it? Tortured artist. Yes, there's that whole thing too. Women don't get to be tortured artists in the way that men do. And also just notoriously it being something that it's very much a man thing. The romanticization, the myth of the tortured artist, these creative geniuses who are, yes, they treat people horribly and do awful things, but it's because this is how it's their creativity, the well from where their creativity flows just tortures them. Women just get to be, men get to be tortured artists. Women just get to be tortured. But what about Taylor Swift's tortured poet? Oh, what was it? Tortured Poets Department? Wait, so speaking of Taylor Swift, the only reason I'm mentioning this is because today I was on Twitter and I kept seeing screenshots of my old tweets crossing the timeline. And I was like, what is happening? And apparently what happened was Kayla Nicole, who is Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend. And as I've said, I do not care. I don't care. Like, just that whole triangle, I don't give a shit. But old tweets of hers were resurfacing, very reminiscent of Carla Sofia Gascon. Welcome back, Carla Sofia Gascon. The homophobia, the racism, the misogyny, it was all there. I read through those tweets and I truly was like, we found our next Amelia Perez. We have found our star for Amelia Perez too. No, not Taylor's. Kayla Nicole, who is Travis's ex. And a few years ago, I don't even know why this something was going on. I decided I was going to throw my 2 cents in, and I have talked so many times. So I'm sorry if you've heard this for the 1,000th time. But when I worked in nightclubs, I experienced, unfortunately, both Brittany Mahomes and Kayla Nicole when she was dating Travis Kelce. And they were horrible experiences every time. Those women are awful. They are spoiled bitches. And anyway, so I had shared my experiences of when I was a server having to deal with Kayla. And what would happen is, like, when Travis and Kayla and their posse would come in, it was okay, we're walking on eggshells around Kayla. If the music wasn't perfect, we would make sure that, like, we had the playlist set to everything that she liked, because if she didn't like it, it was major problems. Making sure that she was never without a drink, that kind of bullshit where it's like, who the fuck does she think she is? Also, Travis was paying, it was Travis's credit card, and he was very easygoing. I will say, Travis Kelce, very kind, easygoing, always tipped well. But what he would do is he would have to hide how much he would tip, because Kayla would get very pissed off. She did not want him tipping the waitresses. She's just a spoiled, awful person. Anyway, so I tweeted about that, and then I think it got like picked up by the Swifties, who were using it. I don't know, using it in the Kayla versus Taylor war. And now I have seen, I've seen screenshots of it, of people being, or also mentions of it, because the Kayla Nicole tweets are being shared on the internet, and people are like, see, Swifties are like, we've been saying that she's weird. And I've seen a couple comments that are like, wasn't there this girl who was talking about how she was like a bottle waitress, and Kayla Nicole came in, and then that's me. So, like, seeing your own tweets or you being referenced, but people can't remember who you are, and you're like, I know that girl. That's me. Reddit keeps pushing the Swift Snark subreddit to me. Anyway, yeah, it's just one of those where, you know, not that I think I come out looking bad at all, but it is whatever you post on the internet, especially if it's about celebrities, will be used by stans. Where, like, it will become evidence. It will become evidence that is used over ammo. Yes, that is used over and over again. Where on the one hand, I'm like, okay, I don't want to sniff out any weird misogynoir here. So watch yourselves. Don't be using me. Don't be using me if you are sus. If you are giving some sus takes. But I just will say the tweets, the Carla Sofia Gascon style tweets that are being pulled up are so laughably atrocious. They're so bad. They're so bad. But it's funny too, because why today? What it's always what's happened that now this is happening today? Because those tweets have been there. She's only now deleting the tweets. And the other thing too is, how do we still keep going through this? How do influencers and public figures still keep finding themselves with a history of really bad tweets that they've never deleted? I don't understand. At this point, if you're somebody who, say, like back in the 2010s, were tweeting just very racist, homophobic, transphobic, all the phobics, all the bigotries, if you were tweeting that kind of shit, why have you not deleted it at this point? Seriously, has KSG taught us nothing? Y'all see the Zoran 2013 tweet resurfacing? Wait, is it the one where he, it's like an email screenshot of him reaching out to some music platform company and was like, hey, I have this new song. It's a rap song. It's about being Muslim. And they never responded to him. Or are you talking about the one where it's like his alt account and he said, yay, I have 4 followers. I know Zoran's a great person because his old tweets that are being dug up are so precious. They're so precious. If there was something there, if there was something bad, it would have been dug up. My fave is Zoran tweeting the YouTube link to the same Love MV, and he just says beautiful. New Year's resolution: delete tweets that didn't age well, repeat annually. I just don't get it, because I don't think it's like everybody was just tweeting really racist, homophobic shit a decade ago. But certainly I think it's probably just a good idea to go through your old tweets anyway, you know, because there's definitely things that probably haven't aged well. Me, for example, saying Kamala speaking makes me horny. That shit had to go. That had to go, you know? Ah, yes. This is what I was referencing. Hi, Stereo Gum. I'm a rapper here in NYC, and I've just released a new song titled Salam. It's about what it means to be Muslim here in America today, the fear and the roots of that fear. It would be a dream if someone at Stereo Gum would write about this in any which way. Do you think that would be possible? Here's a link to my SoundCloud. Song is also available on all other platforms. Much love and looking forward to hearing from you, Zoran. And they tweeted this and said, hashtag TBT, sorry we missed this, Mr. Mayor-elect. Is Zoran one of the few examples of failed artist who became the first Muslim socialist mayor of New York City? Is he one of the rare, like, didn't make it as... I say the failed art. I attribute that to myself as well. I call myself a failed artist to, like, left-wing commentator. There's so few of us out there. There's so few of us out there because most of the time it's people who grift to the right, you know? Socialism will save failed artists. Yes. Yes, indeed. Socialism will make it so that you don't have to, your art does not have to be commodified. It doesn't, a sign of your success is not whether or not you make a lot of money from doing your art. Socialism will do that. Have you seen the TikTok of a girl saying she thought Zoran lied on his hinge height and she swiped on him? Yes. And my question is, how tall is that girl? I would like to know how tall that girl is. Because there is something I have beef with. And I have beef with girls who are short, who are like, I'll only date a guy 6 feet tall, 6 feet plus tall. I do have beef with that. And so often it's these shorty queens. They're like 5 feet tall, 5 feet tall and dating men who are 6 feet and older and taller. I mean, I've never been a heightist. I've never been a heightist as a tall woman. Also, as a tall woman, which in the way that things, societally go, I would probably have it would make more sense for a woman my height who's 5'9" to be like, ooh, a man who's taller than me, which would then mean men 5'10" and 5'10" and above versus women. It's funny because I know more women who are short who care about height versus women my height and above. I know plenty of tall queens who date people who are their height or shorter. If you're 5'4" and below, no one over 6 feet for you. Yeah, but I've never been a heightist. I've dated people who are 6'8". I've dated people who are 5'4". I've really run the spectrum on it. My favorite song about a short king.
This is a song about Joseph. I'm never gonna
What
tell
is
my wife
this?
how tall I am because she doesn't know. So I am 5'7", but my wife thinks I'm 5'9".
Wait, also 5'7" is not a short king. That is average.
That's right.
I think it's like 5'7", 5'8".
About my height all the time, and she believe me because I ain't always see him. But I think she would leave me if she knew I was itty bitty. I don't want pity, just please, please don't offer me.
What is this? Wait, 5'9" is the average? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. What is this?
She doesn't know the mathematics, 'cause sometimes she can get dramatic, so I lie to save my life. I am 5'7", but my wife think that I'm 5'9". I am 5'7".
Ew! Is this Brian Jordan Alvarez? That just took it all out. Who? You guys, didn't we cover this story? Didn't we cover this on stream one day? So basically, a guy who used to be a friend and collaborated with Brian back before Brian blew up had alleged sexual assault. And this came was this right before? I think this was right before English Teacher. Then it announced that it was renewed. Where basically it was like, oh, no one cares. No one cares. It's a man who allegedly sexually assaulted another man. And it truly did not make. It hardly made a blip. Yeah, it was. I did cover it. So Brian Jordan Alvarez is the creator and star of the show English Teacher, and he also apparently, I guess he became big on TikTok. He would post a TikTok video a day, and then these allegations dropped. He went dark on TikTok, and then a week later posted another TikTok video. Nothing happened, where essentially it felt like he was waiting to see if anybody gave a shit, and unfortunately they didn't. Yeah, it was like a classic 1 week ban for sexual assault. Nobody cared. And so it was like back to business as usual. English Teacher season 2 was renewed. And it's fucked because the actress who is in the show, she's also friends with Brian from back in the day. And the guy who alleged that Brian had sexually assaulted him, they all used to be friends. So basically they were all, you know, actors trying to make it in Los Angeles, had found each other, had formed a kind of grassrootsy style production crew where they would just make stuff, right? They would make web series. And Brian was the guy who everyone was like, if someone's going to make it, it's Brian. And so when English Teacher happened, he brought along I can't remember names, but he brought along the woman who was in this trio of friends. But at that point, the guy who had previously been friends with them, because all of this bad shit had happened, and it was no longer. So essentially it was also, I think he felt like he was preyed upon by someone who had been his friend and collaborator, and then ultimately too was like punished for having said something about how he was uncomfortable, about how what happened was not right. I'll just say this: when the story broke, everyone who went to college with him it really took this long for a story to break about him, and it sucks that he's still working. Yeah, I think pretty sure English Teacher is canceled now, though. Or did I make that up? I know it was renewed for season 2. No, I made that up. Never mind. Like, even if you Google Brian Jordan Alvarez, nothing aside from a Reddit post is popping up on the search results. Anyone read the article about Brian Jordan Alvarez and Stephanie Koenig from English Teacher? I've heard rumblings about this and even remember it coming up back when the show premiered, but reading the whole retelling of events, just wow. Truly an exhausting read. That entire group of friends is toxic as hell, and Brian Jordan Alvarez was their codependent narcissistic. Also, I know people who know him. Brian Jordan Alvarez is a narcissist. My understanding of him from people I know who know him, who have that he's hit up message. Yeah, this guy sucks. It's not canceled yet, but they released the whole as season 2 on streaming before it was over on TV, which is usually not a good sign. In this case, a good sign. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, he's not like a huge star. I think a lot of people who know him, maybe know him because they saw him on TikTok or something, but he hasn't reached like massive success level in Hollywood. He's not like a Rachel Sennett or kind of that Io Adebari, kind of that genre of person who came from, like, you know, was making stuff on the internet and now is like a superstar in the industry. He does have a show on Hulu, but I don't know what's going to happen with his career. I think it's really sad and exhausting, and a reminder that male sexual assault is just not taken seriously at all. Is I Love LA out yet? I think it is. I've been meaning to watch that. The BJA stuff is really disappointing. The gay and wondrous life of Caleb Gallo was like so important to me at one point. Yeah. So it was an article in Vulture. Okay, I'm not a robot. It was this article in Vulture, and I think we read the whole thing. When Brian Jordan Alvarez made it big with English teacher, he brought his friends with him like they'd always dreamed, except for one. Yeah, it was just a really shitty, awful situation. But yeah, nobody really, I just don't think it made many waves because people don't care. Did you come across the Jeremy Renner story about how he threatened to call ICE on his ex? Was this before or after he died? Jeremy Renner accused of threatening to call ICE on filmmaking partner. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? Jeremy Renner stays being a shit person. He's alive. No, he's alive, but he died. He says he died too. He says he died with the accident that he had. No, he's not literally dead, but he says he experienced death during his snowplow accident and it felt like a great relief. So he says that he died. But to be clear, he's alive. Okay, so he's been accused of threatening to call ICE on his filmmaking partner Yi Zhou and sharing unsolicited pornographic images with her. Why do men? Zhu, who invited the Hawkeye actor to be part of her documentary Chronicles of Disney and the AI animated feature Stardust Future this year. Okay, I just need to side note, boo. Shared a series of allegations on social media Monday, November 3rd. We can hold multiple things to be true at once. It is with deep regret and sadness and disappointment that I am compelled to share a truth I've been holding inside for too long. What? I'm sorry, but that just like porn in my face. In June 2025, out of the blue, I received 2 photos of Jeremy Renner and then a string of unwanted, unsolicited pornographic images of himself via DM and WhatsApp. Yo, he was sending unsolicited nudes on WhatsApp. That was his introduction to me in the same way. Wait, so this is post-death. So Jeremy Renner died. Supposedly, it's like a life-changing experience that he's now, reevaluated things in life, which I guess happens when you die, but then you're not dead, post-death. And yet, in June of this year, he allegedly, I will just add in there for legal purposes, sent pornographic images of himself. According to past media reports, I subsequently discovered he shared with other women in the past as self-intro. Oh, okay, great. Hey, men, can I just tell you, don't introduce yourself to women by sending them pictures of your dick. Okay? Just, he learned nothing in hell. This is a long-time habit of his. Okay, so dying did nothing. Dying did not change him at all. Apparently, he's been doing this for a long time. And post-death, Jeremy Renner, still the same. What the fuck? Men, please stop. Please stop. One hell of an intro. Yeah, if you're tuning into the stream for the first time, wow. Whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger. In death, he realized his purpose. He realized his purpose, which is to send unsolicited nudes to women as a way to introduce himself personally and professionally. Okay. After having calls and text discussions, he allured me and sold me that he's looking for a relation, and of course seduced, flattened that he was a Hollywood star, fantasizing and loving me so much I believed in him. The power of love, embarked on the most difficult months, plus 2 Oscar-running projects. I kindly invited him to be a part. Where is the okay. Subsequently, I discovered to be destroyed by a setup smear fans campaign against me and our 2 projects. This is alarming to know in Hollywood we can still act in such a manner. I'm worried for other women who will be might have been victim being used as a sexual object, abused and destroyed in such a manner. Hollywood hides these men in bad behavior for the sake of money, but do we still need to be a silent victim in the post-Me Too era? I thank the media reporters that reached out to me and is willing to support me unpack the truth we need to endure in today's Hollywood, help other women to tell the truth. All statements are backed by written records. Okay, so she is a Chinese filmmaker, and she told the Daily Mail last month that she was dating Renner. Oh God, I know it's not on her. It's not on her, but referring to the Daily Mail as how did she say here? The media reporters that reached out. Yeah, the Daily Mail has one goal and one goal only, and that is to produce. I mean, it's not to say there have not been stories in the Daily Mail that are very revelatory, but it's just concerning because the Daily Mail doesn't care about victims at all. Like they don't have their best interests in mind, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So. Renner did not address the allegations. The Chronicle has reached out to him for comment. The Chinese filmmaker told the Daily Mail that she was dating Renner, but later claimed that he denied their relationship and refused to publicly promote the 2 films that they worked on together. When I called him out privately about his past misconduct and asked him to behave properly, to respect me as a woman and as a filmmaker, he threatened to call immigration and ICE on me, an act that deeply shocked and frightened me. What is happening? No woman, filmmaker, or creative should have to work under such emotional and psychological pressure while trying to protect her name and the integrity of her work. She shared screenshots of alleged WhatsApp conversations between herself and Renner and text messages from her concerned friends. Zhu also told the tabloid that Renner once got drunk during a meeting about Chronicles of Disney in August and got so violent and angry that she had to lock herself in a room. I was so scared for my life, she said. Renner, who survived a near-fatal snowplow accident in Tahoe 2 years ago, was previously accused of abusive behavior by his ex-wife, Sonny Pacheco. Sonny Pacheco. The Canadian actor and model was married to Renner for 10 months before filing for divorce at the end of 2014. During their custody battle for their daughter Ava in 2019, Pacheco accused Renner of threatening to kill her and himself. And you know what would have happened? It would have been the meme of when a white man kills his entire family, and this is the picture they use, and it's like them on a jet ski. Alleging that the actor fired a gun inside their home while Ava was in another room. It's all the salaciousness that happens out there, Renner told The Guardian earlier this year, denying the allegations. It's clickbait and it hurts my feelings and it dehumanizes people. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't believe him. The pair now share joint custody of their daughter. Okay, so apparently these are some screenshots. Go to hell. All names are given. You are a pig. You use all apps to send dick pics. No one said anything so far. Immigration will be notified. Wait, okay. I don't know what the rest of this says. Well, just immigration will be notified. Okay. God, he looks terrible. Just saying. Can I call you? I'm worried. I'm at Jeremy's home and he is violent. Okay, anything you'd like me to do? Is he near you now? This is text messages with her colleagues during the incident where she alleged that he got violent in August. No, but I am worried. Are you staying the night at his house? I'm worried. Serious. Are you alone now? Yes. Are you staying in his house alone with him? Do you want to send me your address in case something happens? Yes. Sends a picture. Do you think you'll be safe staying there? Wait, that's so crazy because I can still read the address even through the blacked out mark. Up the hill from there, I should be okay. Okay, got it. Thanks. Okay, well, please let me know if anything gets worse. Thanks. Okay, apparently this is a Dick? Joe claimed Renner sent her explicit photos and porn gifs to woo her. One text he allegedly sent her includes a gif of a man performing a sex act on a woman with a drooling emoji. She says she had a romantic relationship with him for several months, but they fell out when he refused to promote the two movies they made together, an AI animated film that he narrated and a documentary about Disney in which she interviewed him. Yeah, and I'm sure that will be taken as Jeremy Renner fans Jeremy Renner fans will be like, oh, so she's mad and trying to get back at him that he wouldn't promote her films. I am just... I wonder if this is going to be reported by like mainstream entertainment outlets. Probably not. I wonder if this post has even made any I don't think this is I don't think this is really getting any attention. No, I mean like Hollywood Reporter, Variety, The Trades. Like I barely see I don't see anyone really talking about this. I saw it on the Faux Moi subreddit. It was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, Jeremy Renner has always had a reputation. So it's not... Do you think it's because it came from the Daily Mail? Maybe. Yeah, he's one of those guys that... He's one of those guys who's had a reputation for a bit. And then, of course, there was the stuff with his... This is somebody said on Reddit, this man got so lucky when he ran his dumb self over with that snowplow because people briefly forgot that he sucks ass. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I kind of agree. I feel like when the Jeremy Renner snowplow thing happened and then he died, but now he's still alive, it was almost that snowplow cooked his ass. It almost did. It almost did make. It almost was kind of like a reset. But also, I don't think people have really paid that close attention to Jeremy Renner. He's famous. Like, he's Hawkeye in Marvel. He was in the Hurt Locker. You know, he's definitely had a very successful career, but he's one of those people that you don't see a lot. And maybe it's the snowplow. Oh yeah, he's also in Arrival. Yeah. Maybe it was the snowplow going ham on his ass. And people just kind of went, oh, okay. Doesn't he have an app? Yes, he does. Snowplows are a more aggressive, holistic approach than traditional therapy. You know one place that's never going to forget? Faux Moi. Faux Moi. Yeah, he does have an app. It's the Jeremy Renner. It's a Jeremy Renner app. And it's for him to, it was like for him to connect directly with fans. I don't know. Very strange. Did you see the awful Timothy cover for Vogue? Yeah, it's really bad. Let me pull it up on Twitter. Timothy also talked about that he wants to have kids, and I think that's what's going to finally cause Club Chalamet to try and attempt murder. It's a very bizarre cover. Is this Annie Leibovitz? Did she shoot this? I think it's time for her to retire. Is this Annie's work? Because it looks like it. I gotta be for real. I think Annie's early and mid-career work, minus every time she shot a black woman. Can you believe she's not in prison for all the black women she shot? Every time, like, famously, she's so bad at photographing anyone whose skin is darker than like toast on a toast that's been toasted on like level 2. I gotta say, I think her later work has not been good. I just every time I see, what is this? Like, what is this? Why does this look? It kind of looks like something you would cook up on Word Art, on what was Word Art? You know what I'm talking about? Back in junior high. Word paint. Yeah. Something like that. I like his buzzed head. I do. I do like his buzz head. I just am really perplexed. I'm really perplexed by this cover. I think it doesn't look good. Did you see the Zoran BTS photo shoot? Oh, yeah. Not good pics. It's like a high school freshman's Photoshop assignment. Yeah, I just think that Annie, I don't think she's got it anymore. I really don't think so. The way the coat wraps around his leg, I know everything about this looks cheap. The styling is not good. The lighting is not good. I think he looks so much older than he is. I think it's not flattering. Got the white boy hairline. The universe according to Timothy. My superpower is my fearlessness. Are there any funny tweets on this cover? Let me see. Timothy Chalamet, Vogue. The styling is bad. It looks CGI'd. Yeah, it does. Me opening Twitter, the first thing I see is Timothy Chalamet's awful Vogue cover. Looks like a fuck off photo shoot I would do with my friends in an arcade. It honestly looks like yes, I think that's a good comparison. It looks like when you're somebody who's trying to get into photography and editing and you're like, hey, to your friends, hey, can I practice photographing you? Like editing? Not somebody who has been a high profile professional photographer for Vogue magazine for decades. You support women, don't you? Any comment on Hassan's sexual harassment of cutie Cinderella? You are so annoying. You are so annoying. We're talking about Timothy Chalamet. You don't get to come in here and derail me shitting on Annie Leibowitz's cover of Timothy Chalamet. That's not how this works. Do you understand that everybody else in the class is participating in this conversation? And you come in thinking you've got this gotcha? You spend way too much time on LSF. Okay, you are cooking your brain. You are wasting your life on that platform. I am so serious. You support women, don't you? Goodbye. Be gone. Be gone. How dare. Can you know what? I would have been more pissed off if they had done that during the Diva Off conversation. I would have been so pissed because we were on a roll. That part of the stream, ooh, we were on a roll. If they had come in then, I would have been even meaner. Was that Annie Leibowitz's alt account? Annie, I stand by what I said. I think your early work is good. I think you have some amazing, iconic shoots. Demi Moore, pregnant, forever lives in my brain. That cover of her, on Vogue magazine, but lately, oofta. I'm so, you guys, here's what I'm going to say, and then we're going to move on to gaming. Okay. I know that we are all online. We're on Twitch right now. I'm streaming. You are watching. For the 1,000th time, there is a whole world out there. And if you are somebody who your life revolves around like these drama accounts on Twitter, these subreddits, if your life revolves around desiring the next clip, the next smear, whatever it is, of Hassan Piker, I will tell you, Hassan, he has a great fucking life. He is rich. He has a lot of friends. He is very well connected. He is in New York. He is traveling. He's going to China. Do you understand that, like, you only make your life more pathetic? You only make your life more pathetic when your life revolves around him. Couldn't be me. Truly could not be me. In fact, I try very much the opposite because it's so fucking annoying and pathetic. You are only playing yourself. Straight up. Straight up. I can't tell you enough. You are wasting your life by centering it around Hassan in this way. I don't care. You don't like the guy? Okay, great. Okay, he's a popular streamer. You don't like him for whatever fucking reasons. I don't care. But genuinely, there's a whole world out there. I promise you. I promise you that this is not fulfilling. This should not be what fills your days, what consumes your time. You know? It's really, you are going to be so much better off if you go, you know what? I don't fucking like this guy. That's it. That's all. And you don't spend any more time obsessing over it. You just move along. Just move along. I don't know. And the thing is, I say this all the time. I try to give this advice. Of course, they don't give a shit. I was looking at IG and saw that Elaine. Well, oh, really? Oh, wait. That's cool. I deeply admire her. Elaine is a big reason that Teen Vogue refocused. That Teen Vogue basically in 2016 and then afterwards emerged as a really important a really important publication for culture and politics, and one that not only was for young people but didn't treat them like dumb little babies. Let me see. Elaine is so cool. Wait, where did this? Oh, she posted this on Instagram. Wait, thank you for clocking that. Your thumbnail from earlier? Stop it. Stop. No. 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 Oh, God. Oh, Lordy. Oh. Caroline Quad Mills, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, we're doing porn reacts over here. Yikes. I'm about to be flagged again. I am just going to be permanently flagged as sexual themes. Permanently flagged as sexual themes. Okay, here I want to read Elaine's post. Teen Vogue was a once-in-a-generation experiment in what happens when you hand the mic to young people from diverse backgrounds and take their voices seriously. That era set a new standard in media and showed the power of trusting young people with real news and real stories. Losing Teen Vogue's newsroom is more than a business decision. It's a cultural loss at a time when we need reliable journalism more than ever. But the spirit of that movement is alive in every young journalist who came through these doors and in every reader who was inspired by their fearlessness. I will always be proud of the role that Teen Vogue played in shaping culture and civic consciousness. Hell yeah. Yeah. Y'all. What are we gonna do? taken seriously is the key there for sure. For sure, because I think too many people in too many places don't take young people seriously, are always blaming young people for political losses, not crediting young people for political successes, acting as if young people simultaneously like don't know what's going on, but then seek to suppress information because they're aware that young people know what's going on. Permission at the bong? What if I said no? What if I was like, not today? Not today. Today, you're going to church. Actually, I have smoked weed and gone to church before. It's very weird. It was when I was in college, and because I went to a Catholic school, and like my friends, I don't know why the fuck I got dragged. This is when I was no longer, this was my weed smoking atheist days. I don't know why I ended up in church, but it's a very strange experience. Okay, just kidding. Yes, permission granted. Yes, and I know Mr. Beast has a theme park in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, everything that man does only makes him so much cooler. Every business move that Mr. Beast makes proves the point that he is just a cool dude. He's that's my guy. I've never thought, oh, good, when I see a headline about him. Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that if there's a headline involving Mr. Beast, it's probably something that just once again shows that he is a soulless robot capitalist. He's there's no human being in there. He's not even like a fun psychopath though, you know? He's not even a fun psychopath. Mr. Beast is the same type of cringe as Elon Musk. Yes. This is true. Okay, y'all, before it gets much later, let's do some gaming. We are on chapter 4 of Dispatch. And while I am pulling that up, a couple of reminders. I am returning to the homeland. I am going to the home, and by returning, I mean I'm going for the first time. I'm going to the homeland on Saturday, which is crazy. We are going to China. So tomorrow may be my last desktop stream from here unless I manage to do a little something on Saturday. But otherwise tomorrow night I will not be back at the desk for 2 weeks. And all streams will be happening in China. I do not know what the stream schedule is going to be. I will probably appear on a stream every day. It's just I'm not going to be live myself every day. It will be maybe similar to Japan. So if you're heading out tomorrow night, last stream, Saturday, going to China, you're going to be on Firian. Or are they doing... Oh, yeah, they probably have to shoot Firian out there. We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. Which cities will you go to? I said this yesterday, but we are going to Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, Chengdu, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. I don't think I mentioned we're going to Hong Kong. We are going to Hong Kong. Okay, what else? What else do I have to tell y'all? Oh, when I get back, I am scheduling a conversation with Francesca Hong, who's running for governor. She's a badass chef and bartender who is a member of the Wisconsin State Assembly. And I am going to schedule a conversation with her when I return from China. And she's running to be the next governor in Wisconsin, which is very exciting. Okay. We are on episode 4. Episode 4 of Dispatch. No spoilers. No spoilers, people. No spoilers, not just for me, but for others. Don't be that person. Nobody likes that person. Oh.